And right, peace and love, relatives, and what it do. Well, early time for us, you know. I know y'all used to seeing us come in late in the evening or whatnot, especially on a Saturn's day. But this is a very special day. We have a very special guest, my brother Nuqman Tehuti ill in the building. Peace, brother. How you doing?
He's great. I'm great. I'm great. Another great day. That's all I can say.
Indeed, indeed. So we see the title. We know this is what we do. Again, whether we're talking about this continent or that continent or whatever continent it be, you see and you know what it is. Nobody predates us anywhere on this mother plane. So we're gonna put the biases aside and have some unification so that we can not just discuss remedies, we can be active with them, you know. So my
Exactly.
brother, um let's get into a little bit of your background, born and raised and
Well, I'm
influences.
originally from Brooklyn, New York. My mother was a Christian. My father was a Muslim. So that's how I get Luqman. That means one who was wise. And, later on, I went to my father and asked him, could I, add the Tehuti ill, and he agreed because we all have been given gifts and attributes, and that's one of my attributes. Those are my attributes, and and Nuqman means one who's wise, and Tehuti is the scribe or the giver, like the ill, who basically is the giver of the law of information. So we also are the giver and disseminator of information based on um, what we have experienced and what we have researched. Ill comes from the Elohim or the Moorish. We all know that. We don't have to go into that, but so that entails one wise God. So and I'm a disseminator of information. And basically, I've been studying. I think the first book I read was when I was 12, and it was The Destruction of the Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams. So, I have done a lot of extensive research, based on my father. He was an avid reader. My mother was also. My father put the book down. He acted like he was having a great time, and I picked it up. Of course, the children do not listen to their parents, but they do mimic what they do and see. You know what I'm saying? So I did. I was drawn to the book, and I was a heavy hitter for a 12-year-old, guy. So my father helped me through it, And I did a lot of extensive research in the East, and now we're back home in the West. Because my ancestors are Choctaw. My great grandmothers are Choctaw, and on one side, which is the mitochondria, which passes from mother to child, and on my mother's father's side, she was a Chickasaw. So I had the great experience to go down south during the summer times and to experience some of the ancient, well, my ancestors now, they're ancestors now. I'm 60, so they were like 80s in the 80s then. So they taught me a lot of things, and also we can go back to our lineage based on um, our blood type. And a lot of individuals do not talk about the blood type, and the blood type is really important based on the fact that O positive. I'm O positive. My mother was O. Her mother was O. That's the mitochondria. That was passed down from mother to child. So if you do some research, or you can Google this at any time, you'll see that the indigenous people of North, South, and Central America are O positive. So that's solidifies without even just going into. I mean, that's the genetic scientific aspect of it. We talk, a lot of our brothers and sisters talk about more science, but do we adhere to more science? Do we look into the scientific aspects of who we are, and how we connect to the universe? So, those are some of the things that, the gifts that I have been given, and, some of it, the ego says, that's it. So, now, a lot of our people, essentially, around are a part of the destruction of melanin, melanin civilization. Because we have copper brown melanin people who are indigenous North, South, and Central America, you know, and basically, you know, um, that has been, taken away from us by immigrants who came to our shores and who have reclassified us as people. Right? But first, I think that's gives up, some a little bit about me. I'm a poet. I've been studied law. I was paralegal. I was a military intelligence analyst. Um, um, I changed careers. I'm in IT, so I've had a lot of experience in gathering information. I think that's one of the main important things in being able to articulate and put those things together, and in a chronological order, because a lot of our people, they talk about a lot of different things, but chronologically, can you put it into perspective and tie it into what's going on today? And I think that's one of the gifts that I have been given, and I'm not talking from a arrogant perspective. And because I'm a builder, I'm not a destroyer. I'm not trying to say that I'm better than anyone else, but the more the story is that if you're going to come to me, come with something that is superior knowledge to what I presented, and then in the process, I'm going to check out the knowledge, like our audience should be doing, even when I'm presenting today, so that we can all learn in the process, right? So if someone can come with superior knowledge than what I'm presenting, then I have to bow down to that superior knowledge, and this is where we kind of conflict amongst ourselves as copper brown and dark melanin people. And I would like to, like I said, I'm a poet, so I like to do this poem. If that's cool. And it's really, two of them, really. So, and then I like to end the evening with one, on the love aspect, because we have been so divided and conquered. It's going to take love and understanding, and I think and knowledge of self and knowledge of our legacy in order to bring us back together to the people that we were prior to the European to our shores, and basically infiltrating and dividing and conquering us. You see what I'm saying? Because they knew their place in certain periods of time. They knew their place. They knew who ruled the world. We ruled the world. No matter where you go, you're going to see copper, brown, and dark melanin people. We just have been labeled as different things. But anyway, This is a poem that I did in like 1999, and it's called "I Don't Fit In." I don't fit into the ways of this world. This is not the way of life that our ancestors intended for us to live. For this new path that has been paved is for our spiritual destruction, our physical demise. We started out with a super incumbent beginning, but many unseen principalities seeks to suppress our rightful place, our rightful end. You see, we were meant to be masters of this world and kingdoms to come. This is not our way of life that seeks, this is their way of life that seeks to stomp out our solar plex, the substance of our lives that we must again learn to control in order to realign our chakras. We must become the light that guides our world, that makes us one light, that makes us transcend the universe, overstepping space and time. You see, I'm Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. You see, my home is in Siren, Orion. My home is not here. This physical plane of mortal thoughts and ideas is not conducive to the growth of our spiritual soul, of our spiritual well-being. This is now how or what or who we were really meant to be. This is not how we was really meant to live, exist, and be. My soul longs for those many mansions, the ones that our ancestors dwell in. That place that has been prepared for us once our souls are ready to transcend, to live eternally. You see, my soul wants to leave, but I must fulfill my purpose here on earth. Life is an illusion. We must create in the unity. We must live in reality to live in the oneness that we came out of. You see, I don't fit into this lifestyle of Europeans. This is not the way of life that was meant for you nor me. This, I'm focusing on the inherited essence inside of me, on realms that will enable me to live eternally free. That's the life for me, because this life isn't about jobs, cars, mansions, and houses on the hill. I'm thinking past the lower uterus section, Benjamins, getting high, riotous living. I'm totally against this diabolical racist establishments, the usury and the larceny in this capitalistic systems and all that they represent. Our ancestors didn't live like this. That's why I don't fit in. Me, a racist? How preposterous. How can that be? It's not people of color like you and me who controls the masses of people's thinking through body, government, music, pose, TV, sending the moral subliminal messages of materialism, sex, greed, and drugs into the minds of our people who are trapped by superficial wants, materialistic needs that bigots and racists like they're provided at the expense of our demise. How can we as people of color be racist when we don't collectively own anything? With just what Europeans call niggas in the chess game of life. Yes, the pawns fall first, black people and white faces who are used to protect the evil throne supremacy to carry out their evil deeds. You might have gotten paid millions, but you sold your soul to their racist destructive dreams, because it's not people of color like you and me who teaches our babies to kill, to hate, to use their energy negatively, channeled through a racist society with so-called advanced technology, destroying the young souls of our future kings and queens, to just mimic what they taught, what they see. What is our world coming to when we allow this to happen, to be? Are our people in a mental checkmate by this here society? Me, violent, murder, a thief? How can that be when all the major businesses, resources, and land that has been taken and stolen is now owned and controlled by Europeans? Yes, death and destruction has always been their policy. Divide them with guns and drugs, greed and want would create the demand. It's a shame, because through ignorance, we're helping them by slaying our brothers, sisters. Man, what are we thinking as they tell you to be all you can be in the military and on the streets? Kill for me, while they have taken control by air, land, and sea, using massive weapons to assert their reign of bigotry. Because it's not people of color like you and me who brings guns and drugs into this country by ships, was plans to see the death, destruction, drug-dependent babies, broken families, all in the name of supremacy, while the body counts of our people continues to increase, while they continue to label people of color like you and me. Peace.
Bravo. Bravo. appreciate those words for real. We need to get some of these hip hop artists, to find some worthy poetry, instead of copying off each other with the same,
Yeah, yeah. I call it what I do is conscious poetry. This might be your first time hearing me recite a little conscious poetry, but it's not new to me. It's a part of me like melanin exposed to me like TNT. It's in my nature, makes me move, have my being, this sweet mental spiritual reservoir that speaks through me that I choose to call conscious poetry. So you're totally correct. We what we send out into the universe, because the vibrations that we send out in spoken, and it comes back in like form. So what we put out there, we are responsible for whatever we put into the universe, and this is what I think a lot of our artists, are not aware of, or they don't care because the pale face dollar bill is calling their name. You know what I'm saying? And that was put here for a purpose, and we must be the conservators of each other, the land, the resources, and so on and so forth. And a lot of I love that.
I
And a
see it
lot
in
of
the
our
background, so I had to.
that's it. Yes. So, your pictures are worth a billion words, you know what I'm saying? And we can show, as you can see behind me, we have to show who we are because, if our children only see themselves as in images of slaves, then
Mhm.
that's, they're going to have that slave mentality. But when they see themselves in images of rulers, empires and things that we had right here in the Americas, it changed the paradigm. And we as a people must come together to change the paradigm for our progeny because we don't want them, we shouldn't want them to go through the same things that we are going through right now today, and we're still fighting. I grew up, around the guys who was in the '60s, the Black Power brothers, and they was, say it loud, we black and we proud. Let's go out here. We are the protectors. We are our brothers' keepers and our sisters' protectors. And we lost a lot of that. We lost our matriarchs, our sisters who were basically knowledgeable of self. Like the Mother Zodiacus, who basically knew, all of the zodiac. You know what I'm saying? So she could her progeny. She was the first love and first teacher. Her progeny, she was able to um, raise a progeny based on the attributes of their progeny, based on the time and that they were conceived, and born. And a lot of our people talk about we, 9 months. The sister had us 12 months. So we 1 years old when we get out. When we come out, we already won. So we have to get back to the science again, as we talked about earlier. And we are right now, as we talk, we are right now, in according to what I've researched, in the age of Aquarius. And in this age, it pretty much is governments, communication and technology, and the vast dissemination of information, that is now at the fingertips of everybody. You know what I'm saying? And there's no reason why our people are ignorant. And for this reason, we must, be the people who basically, you know, tell our own story. His story has been told for centuries now. You know what I'm saying? But we have to understand that we mistreated our progeny. The European, the mutation of us. The recessive gene. We did. We brutally. You know, and now our child has gone rogue. He's gone rogue. And she has gone rogue. And we have to understand that we had a hand in this, and so now we have to, make our amends. You know what I'm saying? And we're suffering because of some of the things that we did as a people. You know what I'm saying? And we were infiltrated in the East just as we was infiltrated here in the West. But these things are not being taught. They're not being our people don't know because they have taken on they has assimilated into a society that basically makes them, part of their own demise. You know what I'm saying? That's why, that I've kind of referenced that, destruction of the black civilization, because our people are also a part of what is called monetary manumission. And this is a term from the 1710. 1710. It was a year before, or was it after Willie Lynch? Now, I don't know how many Europeans that you call Willie.
Right.
So
Well,
so
we call him
Willie,
Bill. He would have
right?
to be Bill because they Richard, they Dick, and James is Jim, and
Or William. You know, Willie was my great grandfather. He was Willie Caves. You know what I'm saying? He
that's what
was
I'm saying though. We
yeah,
might, if somebody's name is William, we might call him Will or Willie. They
yes,
say specifically Bill. I know some brothers, like we got Bill Cosby. His name is William. The
hmm
only melanated man who I know whose name is Richard that we call Dick is, peace be upon him, Dr. Dick Gregory.
okay,
Typically, when the other melanated man who I know with the name Richard, we either call him Rick or Rich. We don't call him Dick. I'm just
okay,
saying. But Dick Gregory was from prior generations. I'll put it that way. You see, so again, he's the only Richard who I know that we call Dick. I'm just saying.
right. So once our people understand that we have a intricate part in our daily demise, and we can break it down and call it job. A lot of our
So
yeah. So they go to work every day and be a part of their own people's demise. You know what I'm saying? So when I talk today, I would like to establish through my research that this is the old world. This is the title of a book that I'm writing right now, and some of this information is taken from my book. I haven't finished it yet. I'm probably about like 200 and some pages right now. And I think I'm gonna have to make it a trilogy because our people don't read like they used to. They don't have the time to sit down and devour. It's still a lot of us out here, who are just gonna get into these books and grind and get what we need out of it, so that we can share it. Because it's about sharing, and a lot of us can't get free because we always want to get paid. You know what I'm saying? And getting paid is good, because we put that time and energy into what we do. So we should be compensated for it. But our people will not get free if we just depend on getting paid. You know what I'm saying? Because we have to awaken these people. And in this age that we're talking about, the awakening is already started. It's started, And I can look from, back in the 2000. In the 90s. I mean, our people were oblivious to a lot of things that they have at their fingertips and they hear on a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? So, we have to understand that there were copper, brown, and dark melanin people, empires, nations, civilizations, confederations that were here from the beginning of time. You know what I'm saying? Even the European established their um, original government, because we had the Confederate, what's it called? But anyway, we had the Continental Congresses, right? We had the first Continental Congress, second Continental Congress, then right, we had confederations prior to that, you know what I'm saying? And then basically, they so-called
under the Articles of Confederation,
right,
Continental Congress.
right, those type of things. So once we understand that they stole everything that they came here, see, because like I said earlier, they are our progeny, and what they see. And I also said children do not listen to their parents, but they mimic what they see. So when we see our progeny saw us doing certain things, they wanted to mimic us. But there was another entity on the eastern seashores that basically wanted the land and resources and to subject the people. So this is what we have to understand too. that there was a concerted effort and infiltration that was a part of our overall demise, and which brought our kingdoms down from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. Right behind me is Montezuma. You know what I'm saying? He was a Moorish king. You know what I'm saying? And we got documentation to prove that. You know, but what we have to understand is that it was all lost, right? And you know, I got a quote that I want to interject in right here: to accept any authority as final and to dispense with the necessity of independent investigation is destructive to all progress. Now, whose progress are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Because this is what I want to implement: the destruction of their process, you know, their progress, their subjection. You know what I'm saying? So what you have learned, we must verify through experience, or otherwise our learning is in vain, right? So we have to apply what it is that we learn, right? Because there's theory and there's application. So if we do not apply, then it's just theory. It's no good. So why have all this information if we can't apply it? It's the moral of the story. And we must investigate to see if it's substantiated. It could be substantiated. You know what I'm saying? So you know, after reading, you know, pretty much I've read thousands of books. I'm not going to be like Cat Williams and say, you know, I did it with it's been over years and years. You know what I'm saying? So, and basically, I think this author, you know, nailed it pretty much on the head. And I'm reading also, and you know, I'm coming from the dome too. So, and okay, and I think this author, you know, he really hit the nail on the head about his story and those who have been allowed to control the narrative about the ancient past of our copper brown and dark empires, nations, civilizations, confederations here in America. Um, this author is Augusta, and pretty much this is, you know, I'm bad on pronunciation and I'm a bad speller, so I just want you to mess up, take it from the not from the heart or from the head. It's just that's my weakness. I just want to be honest. We all have kinks in our armor, and once we know what our kinks are, we can you know do things to try to make it better. And I've gotten a lot better than what I was in the past. So, Augustine Lee Ponajan, something like that, and basically he's stated that I have been accused of promulgating notions on ancient America contrary to the opinion of men regarded as authorities on American archaeology, and so it is indeed mine is not the fault. However, although it may be my misfortune, since it has surely entailed me um, their immunity and its consequences. But who are those pretended authorities? Certainly not the doctors and professors, the heads of the universities and colleges in the United States. Not only do they know absolutely nothing of ancient American civilizations, but judging from letters in my possessions, the majority of them refuse to learn anything concerning it. It may be inquired on what grounds can those who have published books on the subject in Europe or in the United States establish their claim to be regarded as authorities. What do they know of the ancient Mayas, of their customs and manners, of their scientific and artistic attainment? Do they understand the Mayan language? Can they interpret one single sentence of the book in which the learning of the Mayan sages, their cosmology, their geography, religion, and scientific attainments are recorded? For what source have they derived their pretended knowledge? Not from the writings of the Spanish chronicles, surely. The only they only wrote of the natives as they found themselves at the time of a long after the conquest of America by their countrymen who fanatically preached destroyed by fire the only sources of information, the books and ancient records of the Mayan philosophers and historians. Father Colugio, in his history of Yucatan, frankly admits that in his time, no information could be obtained concerning the ancient history of Mayans. He says only of the people who first settled in the kingdom of Yucatan or their ancient history. I have been unable to obtain any other data than that which follows. The Spanish, there you go.
Go
The
ahead. I'm
Spanish
showing this to the people, so they can, do what they need to do.
do not give one reliable word about the manners and customs of the builders of the grand architect Ephesus that were objects of admirations to them as they are to modern travelers. The only answer of the natives to the inquiries of the Spanish as to who the builders were inevitably was we do not know. So this is coming from a priest basically who basically stated that, you know, how can these individuals come to us and say these things when they don't know our culture and history? Now, I'm later on I'm going to reiterate this, you know, and because I have a format. But there was this one cat named W. Powell, and he has a book that we're going to talk about, in which it states that if see, because we came from mouth to ear, but we also had written documents. We had universities here. We had palaces. We had all of that. You know what I'm saying? As you can look up here, we had some of the pyramids up here, and then the aisle, the Pope and them at the Vatican, they stole that too. So you know, it's a lot of like I said, our children want to be us. So the point of the matter is that this is the old world. This is the old world, and today we want to talk about the old world, and we want to talk about how we have been hoodwinked by these individuals like the one J.W. Powell, basically who stated that if your history isn't written down, it doesn't exist. So that gave them the opportunity to rewrite our legacies, you know, and
Not to interrupt your wisdom, but if it was written down, they couldn't read it. And I'm sure it
that's what
wasn't
it
in
is.
their time. So yeah, that's really
Yeah,
asinine. But
yeah.
carry
Because
on.
so because just to add to that, we have hieroglyphics here. I mean, the whole nine. You know, the Mayans, the Incas, the Aztecs, the Toltecs, the Arawak. I mean, we talking about ancient people. Ada Bay. You know what I'm saying? There goes a Moorish name again. Ada Bay. Basically, she was the Iraq, right? She was the fertility goddess. You know what I'm saying? She would be considered similar to her, and Itchel would be considered to would be comparable to Isis and Ishtar and a lot of the sisters in the East. You feel me? Who had the same, we religious matriarchs. I mean, that's I guess the best way to say it. But getting back to what we were talking about. Okay, according to geologists, you know what I'm saying, they're saying that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. That's common knowledge to the people. They also say that America was the firstborn piece of dry land lifted out of the waters by the tectonic plates. And America was the first shore covered and washed by the oceans that spread over the earth. It is said that the vast land mass of the Americas spread from Nova Scotia to the far west. But it is now the race of scientists and their science of evolution who have altered and reconstructed the true past that we are attempting to regain, prove, and solve. And to the ones who look upon our copper, brown, and dark melanin people's appearance upon this earth as crowning work, as a crowning work. So basically, we have to understand that look, we are a crowning work. Melanin is $500 a gram. You know what I'm saying? And we wonder why our people are messing. You know what I'm saying? We walk in billionaires, but we don't know it yet. So we have to put a back on our crowns, and our nobility, and get back to the gods and goddesses that we were. You know what I'm saying? So just to continue. So, and the crowning work in a succession of creative acts, all which have had relations to the immigrants coming in the end. You know, they came in later. You know, after we did all our glory. You know, it was in our height and everything else. You know what I'm saying? So it will not seem strange that our people should at last be allowed to understand their own true legacies, right? Which will be the introduction of our people to their own ancient existence. It is my belief that not only the future, but the past also is the inheritance of our copper brown and dark melanin women, men, and our progeny, and that we shall yet again regain and conquer our lost legacies, land, birthright through a knowledge of what happened. You know, a lot of our people don't know what happened to us. A lot of them don't care what happened to us. You know what I'm saying? They go to these schools of lower learning and training, and then they take on the nature of their oppressor. You know, and this is why Malcolm and a lot of our other uh, Carter G. Woodson, Marcus Garvey basically said that put on the finishing touches of education of really much, I'm saying miseducation, um, uh, does our people no good to their own once they finish, once they take on the complete, you know, they get these certificates and, you know, documents and all this other junk and can't think their way out of a paper bag. You know what I'm saying? So, or if they got trapped because they still trapped in the box. So how do you know what's outside the box if you trapped into the box of what the Europeans have given? And this is a lot of the problem. Okay, and then quote this other guy. According to Louis Aziz, an American biologist and geologist in the 1800s, who was recognized as a scholar of Earth's natural history. He states, "I have spoken of the first of these periods, hundreds of millions of years." That's what the Azog period, as having been absolutely devoid of life. That's what, you know, his intention. I mean, that's his perception was, and I believe that this statement to be strictly true. But I ought to add that there is a difference of opinion amongst geologists upon this point. Many believe that the first the first surface of our globe may have been inhabited by living beings, but that all traces of their existence have been obliterated by the eruption of melted materials, which not only altered the character of those earliest stratified rocks, but destroyed all the organic remains contained in them. So, and this is came from the Geological Sketches, um, which is a book written in 1866, and that was page 1 to 28. And to expound on that, you know, the Earth has been, you know, through different catastrophic events, and and a lot of things were lost here in the Americas based on, that big hole they call the Grand Canyon, and a lot of volcanic eruptions and floods and things of that nature. And we're going to talk about later, the ages and what happens in different ages. A lot of people there, I hope they are familiar with the deluge, which is like that's the flood, the great flood that we had. So these are a lot of different things that happen that basically, help to minimize all of the archaeology and fossils and things of that nature that we had here. But we still have a lot still. We still have a lot that, I go and I investigate. I'm not just a Google researcher. I'm not just a book. I go there and I put my feet on the ground. I take my shoes off, put my feet on the ground, and I absorb Mother Earth and you know and try to tap into those energies of our ancestors who lived there. You know what I'm saying? So it's very important for us to not just to be to get the theory, but go check it out. Go check it out. Go see the place. You know, go feel the energy. You know what I'm saying? Talk, try to connect with the ancestors there. You know, try to converse. So, you know, again, early geologists stated that America was and is the firstborn continent, but because of the revisionists and reconstructionist propagandists and their social engineering and miseducation of Americans and the world's populations have been fraudulently made to believe that the Americas are the new world, when in fact it has been proven by geologists that it's the old world. These races also tell our people that they were brought here and have been nothing but slaves, but now they are trying to shut us down with critical race theory censorship. And this is something that they're doing, and we have to counteract. And you know, this is one of the um, you know, ways to do it. You know, and we have to be in control of, like I said earlier, our story, our legacies. But first, we have to learn it. First, we have to learn what happened. You know, so how can you fix something if you don't know what the problem was? You know, and how they did it, and so on and so forth. Okay, so the first born among the continents, though so much later in culture and civilization than some of more recent birth, America, so far as her physical history is concerned, has been falsely known as the New World. Hers was the first dry land, and we talked about that earlier. Of the waters, hers was the first shores washed by the oceans that involved all the earth besides, and while Europe was represented only by islands, right raising here and there above the sea, America already stretched uh, an unbroken line from the land of Nova Scotia uh, to the far west. And we stated that earlier. In the present state of our knowledge, our conclusions respecting the beginning of the Earth's history, the way in which it took form and shape as a distinct, separate planet, must, of course, be very vague and hypothetical. Yet, the progress of science is so rapidly reconstructing the past that we may hope to solve even this problem. And to one who looks upon man's appearance upon the earth as a crowning work and a succession of created acts, all of which have had relations to his coming in the end, it will not seem strange that he should at last be allowed to understand a history which was but the introduction of his own existence. It is my belief that not only the future, but the past also is the inheritance of man, of us, and that we shall yet conquer our lost birthright. That is so important for us to reconquer our birthright because, as I stated earlier, and I gave an example that my great grandmothers, they were matriarchs. You know what I'm saying? It was a part of matriarchs. Our women here in North, South, and Central America, and you know, we can talk about Iroquois, we can talk about the Choctaw, Chickasaw, a lot of the Native American, even the in Mexico, what we call it Mexico today, they came out of patriarchs. Okay, and this is the reason why we have pretty much a feminist movement too, because our ancient mothers, they were rulers. The land came through them. They was conservators of the land. The children, um, you know, were what the mother was, the child was. So, and when we married into the clan or the matriarch, we went and worked with the the father. This is how we accumulated generational wealth through the mother. It was came through the mother. Everything came through the mother. And then our women were they weren't dictators, but they said, okay, we're going to fight or we're not going to fight. Okay, they had the political power. And you know, they was, like I said, the first loves and first teachers. But after a certain period, the Europeans came here and they saw the power of our women. They saw the matriarchs in play. And like I said, this is where the feminine movement came from, because the European women to this day still want what she saw doing those when they first came here, you know. So it's imperative for our sisters also to know this, so that they can stop doing the work of these white women and the division that's happening between the male and female, which is a part of the eugenist movement. And the feminist movement also created the eugenist movement. And we have people who was a part of the eugenist movement. We have Marcus Garvey's, or we have a W.D. Du Bois. You know what I'm saying? And basically, one was used, and the other one was about the people. So now we still had a divide, discrimination amongst each other, that we have to hit in the head. You know what I'm saying? We have to bring our brothers. We have to come back together, because we can't continue to be divided, because we see where we're at right now with the division that's happening. The Africans against the so-called Americans, and all of this foolishness. It's foolishness to me, and you know it's sickening, and we cannot basically move forward if we don't come together as a people, you know. And our sisters have to step up too. Our sisters have to step up into their rightful place, and our brothers have to be the protectors, and right, and the brothers keeper, right. The sisters were the masterminds. I mean, just we can just go science again, XX and XY. So we talking about, we are mutations. Men are mutations of women genetically, right? She has the strongest gene. And at one time, and I'm veering off, she could procreate on her own. And I know that's, you know, we can probably come back on that. But, you know, we have to understand the power of the woman. We have to understand that, because we can just go right now on on YouTube or wherever and type in Pope, the Pope, the popes worshiping the Black Madonna. Why they got us, you know, looking at some white boy. You feel me? So we gotta have knowledge of self, and that's so important. So you know, we're gonna get back to you know, our people here in America. So one of those men who knew these facts about, you know, our people being here and so on and so forth was Thomas Jefferson. You know what I'm saying? He was Thomas Jefferson. He knew, you know, he wrote a book, you know, and this is some excerpts from the book, you know, and it's called America, the Oldest of the Continents, which is paragraph 11. I mean, chapter 11. Chapter 11. So after the so-called discovery of Columbus by Columbus in the latter part of the 15th century, it was customary to speak of the Eastern Hemisphere as the Old World and the Western as the New. No one seemed to care how long the Western Hemisphere may have existed before this discovery. The discovery was new, and therefore the country was deemed new as well. After the discovery of Columbus, he made it known, as many alleged discoverers before him, who are unheard of, came into existence from different nations. Besides the six discoveries set forth in this article, there were Moorish, Arabian, Italian, Dutch. Again, we say Moorish because the Moors was already here. That's another thing that people must understand. The Moors were already here. We were here. This was Spain at one time. And we got the maps and stuff to show it. Michigan State has a map. They have a collection of those maps that talk about the Spain, this being Spain. You know what I'm saying? This was also well, anyway, let me continue. So, Japanese Jews and many others who laid claim to this honor. None of these, however, could make out a satisfactory claim to their discovery, and it may not have been possible to satisfy all doubt in any case. We knew that the Eastern Hemisphere existed and had existed for thousands of years, but disregarding the claims of some of the ancients, we were made to believe that we didn't know of the Western world until it was discovered by Columbus. as the discovery was told by the revisionist pen. There we go with the revisionist history, his story again. We got to kill that story and write our story. This is so imperative. The revisionist pen, they killed us with the pen, but and then they changed our name with the pen, the census, and all this other foolishness that we are part of now. Like, we are part of our own destruction. We are remote control today. Okay, we have no certain way of arriving at the age of the continent or determining the relative age of any one of them, especially if the age is to be calculated in years. But we're going to talk about that later. Geologists have given over the difficulty of eliminating in years by the use of such terms as ages, eras, periods, epochs, right? They will tell you what geographical age a thing belongs to by the fossil embedded in it. But when they undertake to tell the years in which anything existed, it is my estimation, it is by estimation only. So this professor basically in the same chapter basically talked about North American continent has existed between 100 and 400 million years, um, uh, and it was since it was prepared for life, since plants and animals began to be developed and lived upon it. To say nothing of the 400 million years, 100 million years present or period, or which the human mind can have no rational conception. We could form quite as just a conception of 400 million as 100 million, or both. Both terms suggest an incomprehensible duration of time. It probably makes no difference, therefore, whether we designate this period as 400 million, 100 million, or 1 million. Even or 1 million or even less than number of years. There is no danger of an error being discovered in the addition because there has been no fixed unit to start from in estimating the existence of a continent in years and possi- possibly can be none. So he's saying that at that point they could not discern the years of the earth. That's what they're saying, pretty much from what I get. It has been between 100 million years and 400 million years since animals and plants and life began in Americas. Okay, then chapter 11 goes on America, the first inhabitant of the continents. It was the belief of the wise Thomas Jefferson that America was the first seat of the human race and that the Eastern Hemisphere was people from the Western. And that's some eye-opening information right there. And I've been trying to share that information with our brothers and sisters who are you know from coming from the African perspective, and I love my brothers and sisters, and I'm continue to love them. But we're gonna have to come together and understand that we rule the world, and mine is just as big as yours, and we have to understand that and come together and take back our rulership, plain and simple. Okay, and then this is a letter that was written to the president of Yale College in 1786, while Jefferson represented the United States at the court of France, and he published, and this was published at the American Museum, November 1787. And this is page 492. From this letter, the following extract is taken, clearly stating Mr. Jefferson believed that the first inhabitants of Asia, who so much resembled the American Aboriginals, went from America to Asia instead of coming from Asia to America. I return you my thanks for the communications relative to the Western country. When we reflect how long we have inhabited those parts of America, which lie between the Alleghanian, which if we know anything about the Alleghanian, the Europeans, they were given the proclamation that they weren't supposed to pass the Alleghanian Mountains, but they did, you know. And so we have a lot of history and a lot of stuff that we can use that we don't know about, but how can we use some if we don't know about it? So they weren't well, the 13 colonies was not supposed to pass the Alleghanian Mountains by decree. But they brought in these they flooded us with, all of these convicts and all of these undesirables who came and did the work for them. And then what they do, they gave them our land, and we were incarcerated, and excuse me, we were enslaved on our own land. That's the big picture. You know what I'm saying? That's the spaceship, sister. He riding the spaceship. Um, okay, side of the Alleghanians, a good degree of infidelity may be excused as to the new discoveries which support regular fortification of brickwork to have been in use among the Indians. There we go with a word, a fiction. Okay, there was no Indians on these shores when Christopher stumbled upon our shores. Okay, there was no Indians on this land. Okay, that's a fiction at law. That's a nom de guerre or in ligus, and we'll talk about that later. And so we have to call ourselves by our rightful name. Okay, and he says among the Indians on the waters of the Ohio. Entrenchment of earth they might indeed make, but brick is more difficult. The art of making it may have preceded the use of iron, but it was supposed a greater degree of industry than man in a hunter state usually possess. So we were intelligent people. He's saying that the people here were intelligent. They was building gigantic, you know, edifices, made of brick. You know what I'm saying? I would like to know whether General Parsons himself saw actual brick among the remains of fortifications. I suppose the settlement of our continent is of the most remote antiquity, right? The subs the subs the similitude between its inhabitants and those of the eastern parts of Asia render it probable that ours are descended from them or they from us. So now he's saying that shit, I don't know. But I'm saying that America is the oldest. But these people look alike. So, brothers, we got to stop all of this. I'm African and I'm pro-African and you guys are coming up with this new American. There's nothing new. This is nothing new. It just haven't been given to us. Haven't been given to us. Now we got to take our stuff back. Okay. This is my opinion founded on the single fact among red inhabitants of Asia, there are but few languages radically different. But among our Indians, there you go, misnomering us again, the number of languages is infinite, right? Which are so radically different as to exhibit at present no appearance of their having been derived from a common source. So that tells us right there that we look alike, but our cultures weren't. Okay, and we're gonna talk about that later. The time necessary for the generations of so many languages must be immense. Mr. Jefferson gave the best reason he could for his belief that the first inhabitants went from America to Asia instead of coming from Asia to America. And since this time, however, scientific research in its wonderful progress has developed other reasons for the truth of this theory. Scientists have exhumed in America the skeletons of past geological ages and the remains of dead human beings, which gave evidence of early existence as any yet found outside of America. Had Mr. Jefferson lived to this time, he might have been foremost among the scientists who investigations looked to solving the problem of the oldest continents and the first humans beings on the globe. It is, and then this is let me see, in the glacial drift on the Buff in the valley of the Delaware River. Now, if you guys know anything about the Delaware River, there was the Delaware Moors. We also had um, big shipbuilding. We were building ships. We taught them. The Moors basically was they helped the United States out um, when they was getting slapped around, and because we were the shipbuilders, because we were the navigators of the sea, because we were in power from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. This clarifies again that our people were here and that we were doing big things. Okay. Okay. And then it says Paleolithic, and this was during the Paleolithic age, okay, 2.5 million years ago to 10,000 BC. Now, when we go to 10,000 BC, we can talk about the Washita, and we can talk about Poverty Point, Louisiana. We can talk about the Little Egypt. We can talk about the mounds at LSU. We can go on all day. You know what I'm saying? We can go all day, but just for time purposes, we just want to give you some examples. They were founded embedded in sand and gravel, which clearly indicate that they had reposed undistributed ever since they had been deposited there by the glacial flood, okay, the deluge, which deposited the sands and pebbles around them. The hard stone of which they had been made could not have been worn or chipped into the shape they bore by any force except that of the hand of man. And hence it is inferred that man was there when the current of the melting ice of the early glacier period bore them there. This was the this would take man back thousands of years beyond the Quaternary age, and that's 2.6 million years ago to today. It is to his possible existence. Now we're saying in America in the Tertiary age, which is 66 million years to 2.6 million years ago. Okay? Now we're talking about ancient shit, right? We're talking about ages. You feel me? We're not talking about 10 years ago, 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? We bigger than that. We been here. We was flying and shit. Sister was showing some. She showed the one of the I think it was the Aztec brother, cause whatever, the feathered serpent, whatever his name, and basically that's what America. And I'm not getting anyway. So the furious gravels. Okay, the country in California was found at the bottom of a mining shaft, 150 feet below the surface. The skull of a human being. Over it had been deposited 4 successive beds of gold-bearing drift and 5 streams of lava from volcanic long since extinct. So this is again, we prefaced this earlier about the different catastrophes that we had. You know what I'm saying? So this is just supporting documentation, so that the guys can't say, Nuqman making shit up. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't about that. It ain't about. It's about us knowing who we are and knowing what happened and knowing our universe. Because geology is so important. It's so important. You know, uh, genetics is so important. You know what I'm saying? They know who they are. They know who we are. They know we their parents, and so on and so forth. But we don't act like parents no more. Okay, and then on the bridge, in the river in Missouri, the skeleton of a mastodon was found buried in such a position
and with such surrounding uh, uh, as to indicate that the animal had been rendered helpless by being mired, and in that condition, killed by human beings. Okay, arrowheads were found around about and around it, and wood ashes indicated that the fire had helped in its destruction, as no animal but man is known to have used fire. In that time, it was assumed that the monster had been killed by a fire when the Paleolithic weapon had failed. Many other instances of the relics of man found in the glacial drifts might be cited, but the above three are enough to show that woman or man was in America as early as he was in the Eastern Hemisphere, and perhaps earlier, and that America did not need immigrants. Okay, we didn't need no immigrants from the East or from any other terrestrial source to begin her population. Talking about America, right? We didn't need that. Benjamin Franklin had a book called The People of America, where he said, "Shit, there's so many Negroes over there. We don't need to bring no more over here." I mean, we got eyewitnesses telling our story, but we do not look in the books, like it's been said, to see, you know, or understand our story. Okay. Where did I? Her population, America possibly had citizens to spare, while the Eastern Hemisphere was void of civilization and inhabitants. Besides the three cases cited, which carried the inhabitants of America back to the quaternary, and we know that's the 66 million period, right? And into the, I mean, excuse me, that's the 2.5 into Terry age, which is 66 million. There are examples of man's very early appearance upon the American continent, in which the time is sometimes given in years. Okay, if America was the firstborn and first inhabitant of the continents, she's entitled to her place of honor. Let's turn around right here. Look at America right there. She's entitled to her place. There we go with the matriarch of honor. Of honor. That's what we got to give our women honor. We got to get back to that, brothers. Okay. If America was the firstborn, read that again. And first inhabitant of the continent, she is entitled to her place in honor in the construction and peopling of the globe. Other continents like the Americas, may have had foundations laid down in the ancient seas that enveloped into the infant world. So we are pretty much saying that other parts of the world is the infant world. That's what pretty much said. And America, however, was the first built up and the first to show dry land above the universal ocean. And this is taken from the traditions of earliest visits of foreigners to North America, the first form and first inhabitant of the continents. And this is taken from a book from the University of Michigan. Okay, we will continue with our proof, but I would like to stop here and talk about the immigrants and discoverers of the Americas. These discoverers and immigrants have destroyed, erased, and hidden millions of years of our advanced ancient cultures, knowledge of self, math, natural law, and the glorious legacies of our past, while today the states of the United States have continued their assault on our ancient and advanced past by creating public policies that won't allow our progeny to be taught the truth about our ancestors' advanced and ancient legacies, while these discoverers and immigrants teach them that we were only slaves brought here against our will. Sisters putting up a bunch of you know, information, visual information, and basically, you know, substantiating the copper, brown, and dark people here in the Americas. I mean, we got so much stuff in stone. I mean, it. I have thousands and thousands of documents and pictures. You know, I have thousands and thousands of books. You know what I'm saying? And now, I can go and then we could talk about something, and then we can support our stuff with the information. Now, what we premised earlier is like superior knowledge. If we have something, if our people have something to add, then I invite you to come add. But as long as we on one accord, we understand, and we're not arguing. I mean, because the point of it is, it's like if you see or hear two people arguing, how do you know who the fool is? I, I'm, we should be tired of being fools, and instead of being the rulers, saying the nagas and the niggas, you feel me? The titles of nobility, the Moorish titles of nobility and things of that. And that's what we should be, on that level, not using our lower selves, you know what I'm saying, but our higher selves, you know what I'm saying, and that's what we got to get to. And the only way we can do that with superior knowledge. So if you want to bring some superior knowledge and bring it with mine, then the more the stories are, we all learn in the process. And I love that. I love for us to come together and learn. That's what I want to see. Okay, but until then, we have to still plant our seeds. All right, we plant our seeds. You put them out there. I mean, because I hear so many of my brothers and sisters, that shit ain't gonna work. This and that, so on and so forth. Okay, that's you, brother. If you feel that way, then you go over there with your can't do friends. But I can't be around people who can't do. We gotta do. We in that position. John Henry Clark basically stated, if we all came together, did something fucked up. Excuse me, I'm sorry for cursing, but that's like accident. It's like seasoning on the food. But if we came together and did something messed up, then we still did something right because we did it together. And we're not the minority. We are the majority. We have been divided and conquered and relabeled. Just like in what we call today Africa, which was initially a cable line in Africa. If you look up that term, I mean, Afra it was in North. It was where Tripoli. Yeah, it was a place. It was where Tripoli, North Africa. It was in North Africa. It's one spot in North Africa, and then because Afrikaners did what he did, then they called the whole land. But Afra means to divide. That's what
to cut up in the pieces and divide. Alpha require. I'm very aware.
And to support that with document that you guys can look it up. The Berlin Conference. Right. The Berlin Conference, these European nations divided Africa, divided the people, and basically we still dividing each other. Now they don't need KKK no more because we got us doing it to us. We got to get past that. Like I said, we got the Du Boises, and we got who was a sellout. I'm just going to be honest. NAACP sold him out. He was a boule. Boule means visor of the king. He created the HBCUs. You had to be lighter than a paper bag to go to those universities. Look how they did Dr. Francis Cress Weldon, Howard. You feel me? Because they still in the boule. They still advising the king. So, or you have the Garveyites, right? Garvey had dues paying members around the world. 3,000. It's been recorded, right? And this is the time when we didn't have cell phones and the web, because everybody trapped in that motherfucker. Now trapped on some bull. Trapped in the web, right? So we got more access. Like I said, we in the age of Aquarius. We got more access to information now than they did then. And look what Garvey did. Du Bois died disenfranchised, right? From these Europeans. He died a lonely man. He was brilliant. Like I said earlier, there's a difference between theory and application. Who applied it? Garvey applied it, right? He applied the knowledge. He did it. He had New York on lock. He had, I mean, we own more land during the Garvey. He bigger than Jesus. I said it. Okay. It is very important to understand how Darwin, and people understand Darwinism, right? Darwinism.
Mhm.
This is the trick, the trade right here. This is the trick. And all his pseudoscience cult members, you know what I'm saying, have kept the true knowledge of self and our ancestors, archaeology, and legacy in the races of evolution, right? A lot of our people, man, will fight you over some damn evolution when you guys documentation and support different. Now, we talked about earlier how they couldn't really come up with a time for how the planet, but even though they tell us it's 4.5 billion years old, right? But there is a way to that they have and to date things. And I'm gonna tell you right now, carbon dating is some garbage. Plain and simple. It's garbage.
Oh,
Now,
so we on
right? So
skip
now
over them, huh?
if I take something, right, I gotta give something back. Right. So if I take something from our people, I have to give something back. So carbon dating versus uranium, right? That's a cold book right there, Star in the West.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Um,
Elias Budinal, Star in
yep,
the West. If you're not hip, get hip.
that's it. Get it. And I got a collection of books out of this world. So carbon dating, okay, when we go to carbon dating, this is how to keep us in the theory of evolution. It's through carbon dating, which can only go up to 50 to 60,000 years. And we just talked about billions of years, billions of years. So why aren't they using uranium dating? Okay. Now, uranium dating goes from 1 million years to 4.5 billion years. Whoa. Why they ain't never tell us about this? Why? Okay. One way this has been accomplished is through what is called carbon dating. Okay. And as I just stated that, this box hides the true age of fossils because carbon dating can only go back 50 to 60,000 years. On the other hand, uranium series dating, which is what they should be using to really get at the true age of different artifacts, right? But to keep our people within the public policies and realms of Darwinism, they use carbon dating, right? So we talked about if it's not written down, J.W. Powell, it doesn't exist, right? So this is their policies that they have in place, right? So our people don't even know that these policies exist. I'm supposing because they ain't doing nothing about it, right? If we know something, then if you know better, you got to do better. Ain't that's what my grandmama and them used to tell me. I don't know what y'all grandmama used to tell y'all, but if you
They've
know
been
better,
indoctrinated into compliance, and you know what I'm saying?
right. With
Consent, they give
acquiesced.
consent.
Yeah, acquiesced. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So there are two types of uranium series dating, and it's UTH, uranium thorium, and UPB, uranium lead dating. Okay. Since the latter is for objects that are over 4 million years old, today archaeologists, if they was going to use it, they probably use that one to keep us within that, still a lower range. And you got to understand the mindsets of these Europeans, and if you understand Darwin and how he felt that we were, we got the bell curve and all this other garbage that and we their daddies, we their mamas, and they mimicking us. I mean, it's crazy, and some of the stuff our people believe without going to check it out for themselves. Okay, so um, yeah. So archaeologists would most likely use the UT dating. UT dating is most effective on samples that are between 50,000 and 500,000 years. But if we want the correct dating for scientific purposes, they should be using, right, UP dating, right, which goes from 100,000 to 5 billion years. 5 billion years, right? That's something to think about. So that we can understand their objectives. And based on these facts that can be researched, the real question is, why aren't or didn't Darwin and his racist Western scientists use the uranium-lead dating on all of the ancient American artifacts that were found? And why haven't they taken all of our ancient artifacts? And why have they taken all of our ancient artifacts and gave them a resting place in the archives of the Smithsonian Institute to never be seen again? To never be seen again, right? So, it takes, you know, some finagling to get into the Smithsonian to see some of that. You got to have some, you know, some of them European doctors are behind in front of your name and all that kind of foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't want us to know and to see our own shit. You know, I got a brother named Ife Best. I'm not sure everybody know him, but he got his song and I love it. It says, "Give me back my shit." You know what I'm saying?
Like
Give me back
Simon,
my shit.
give me back my daddy records, like Simon
Yes.
and Gradient. Yeah, that's something
Right.
I used to say all the time, dealing with Peace Be Upon Him, Bobby Ill. Basically,
No,
you tell him, give me back my daddy records.
that's it. And that was my brother Bobby Hill. Man, we go back too. I remember the brother going over to the dojo over there on all right, was it Wyoming? Was it
Schaefer,
Schaefer and Hartwell? Come on, my aunt's right there on Hartwell, and you go right around the corner, and he had the dojo there. His daughter wasn't no joke, man. His sons wasn't no joke. But I seen his daughter pick up some dudes and bam. But anyway, let me keep it. Okay. That we never see, because they are hiding the truth in order to put our copper, brown, and dark nations are reclassified. That's what I'm saying. They reclassified us as Negro, Indian, Black, you know, colored. I mean, wasn't no people that called that then. So whatever the European creates, he owns, and we're gonna talk about that too. Um, Reclassify indigenous Native American people in what is today called Africa. These immigrants from foreign lands are the racists who created race, okay? And most people don't, they talk about race, but they don't know why it was created. It's like a pecking order, you know? It's like, what is the better word for it? I can't remember, but I'm gonna keep moving. They are the ones who rewrote our legacies and substituted it for his story, their story. You know what I'm saying? We keep saying that. I think that's important for me to keep saying. There is a Supreme Court case in support of what I just said, right? So immigrants that created, and they call them nom de guerres, right? Nom de guerres and in legacy, that's Latin. And one is a war name, and the other, so because we have to understand that during these different wars that we were, you know, brought into, and first it was against us, right? And they did germ warfare, you know, all this other stuff, right? But later on, we started being, you know, we taking side with the French and the English and whoever who came in, right? The British, whoever. So they depleted us, and then we started, you know, having to do treaties and things of that nature, right? So I think it was the Revolutionary War, and I might stand corrected. If somebody can correct me, then so be it. Then we all learn. But the point is that there was called the Treaty of Greenwich, and Article 9 of the treaty basically gave us, you know, back what was ours. But we never declared it. Europeans did, and it's called Plausilimity, right? Under proximity, after the wars, then you could become the people that you were. But our people chose civil rights over human rights or natural rights, our natural indigenous rights, birth rights. Feel me? So we have to become the nations and the people that we were prior to the European coming here, right? In order to have the correct standing and status, you know what I'm saying, of the ancestors that were here prior to them. And so we have treaty, we have documents, we have a lot of stuff. And this is kind of a little off the subject, but it's irrelevant. That we can use in order to empower ourselves and get some of our stuff back. You know what I'm saying? Give me back mine. You know? So and then this Supreme Court case is called Hale versus Hinkle, right? And it gives the distinction between the fiction and the natural person, right? So as a natural person with a nationality and nations, you under the law of nations, right? You under the law of nations, right? And our people can't be under the law of nations under civil rights because you're property. And using these NUMDI gears or ligacies, black, Negro, African American, colored, and all this other junk that they got, then we up under the umbrella and subjection of this corporation, this company, that started out stealing our stuff. You feel me? So and basically this Hale versus Hinkle is a 1906 case, and then it basically states it talks about the individual, right, or the natural person. He is entitled to carry on his private business in his own way. His power to contract is unlimited. He owes no duty to the state or to his neighbors to divulge his business or to open his door to any investigation so far as it may tend to incriminate him. He owes no such duty to the state since he receives nothing therefrom beyond the protection of his life and property. His rights are such as existed by law of the long land, the law of the land, long and this to the organization of the state. Okay. Um, the state and can only be taken and can be only taken from him by due process of law and in accordance with the Constitution. Among his rights are a refusal to incriminate himself and the immunity of himself and his property from arrest or seizure, except under warrant of law. He owes nothing to the public so long as he does not trespass on their rights. So if I go up and slap somebody, I can't say the police can't do nothing to him because I just slapped somebody. I got a damaged party. I got somebody who can say something. But if I'm traveling and one of these people in costume come up and pull me over, and there's no damaged party, right?
No injured party, no victim. This is something, not to cut your wisdom, but this is something we will be discussing later on. I don't know if how many of us are familiar with the prosecutor who was responsible for prosecuting the officers who murdered Freddie Gray.
Okay.
Now, if you go back and you list, because they gave a verdict, she was facing like 40 years for mortgage fraud and a couple other things, a bunch of miscellaneous things where, again, there was no injured party, no victim. Where's the victim to this crime? And usually when you hear this type of language, you hear it from Moors or individuals who are working on reclamation of their sovereignty, right? But the surprise came in. It was the judge who mentioned this to the prosecutor. Where is the injured party? And I've never heard that as many times as I've entered into their courtrooms, in my sovereign capacity by force, right? It's always us who are mentioning this, right? But in this case, again, the judge mentioned it. And this is something that we have to pull. I need the records, right? I need this from where it was put on record, for the record, and let the record show, right? So we're gonna definitely build on this later on this evening.
Okay, for sure. And so once we So like I was saying, during the Civil War, was one of the wars that basically that's when we pretty much became enslaved on our own land, and we were kidnapped. Now, before I get into it, I mean, I like to say, um, we talking about a feudal system that they have established, and we're part of a feudal system right now. Because if you don't pay your property taxes or whatever, they're gonna come and take your stuff, right? So it was the same thing when after the Civil War, and so I'm kind of set it up. When Lincoln so called supposedly freed the slaves, it was white slaves as well as we call black. I'm just using those terms, and I know they're numb to gears and they're fixed, but that's the vernacular that people understand. So right, so they were both right. So it was more about commerce than race at that point. Even though we have a lot of races that were setting up their shop, setting up policies, and setting up, their, manifest destiny, the scorching, all these other things that they did to take over, right? The germ warfare. So they set all these things up, right, in order to take the land, right? To take the land, right? So they say, you guys, you are colored, you are Indian, you are African, right? And then we brought you over here, right? But the truth is that they kidnapped us, right? They created something called fee simple, right? Fee simple is, ours. Let me retract. The matriarch, right, was the conservator of the land. Number one, right? Everything flowed through her, the wealth, everything, right? So our matriarchs felt that the land cannot be owned; it can only be shared. But the European came with the feudal concept, and with the feudal concept, there was serfs, right? There was lords, serfs, and all this other stuff that we are part of right now. And so they created land patents, and then they created lotus titles. With those things, they created property taxes, right? So what happened, as far as the research that I have accumulated, and I have supported documentation, but I can't remember right now. I don't have it up. But anyway, you guys can visit my page or whatever, and we can chop it up. I can share. I'm sharing. But the thing is that they had created tax courts, and then what they did was they gave you like a tax bill, right? So you as a Native American, how you doing this? You can't do this, but we weren't in power. All our men had no longer defend. We fought all this other shit. So now we had to bow down, and the European took us from our land. And what happened? They replaced them with a European couple or a European owner, right? Then we was hauled off to jail or to a plantation, right? Where we had to work off our debt. Now we must also understand that there was Europeans that was with us. They was with us. They was right there with us. The Irish, the Polacks, some of the older Jews. Some of the Jews was right there with us. See, but the Europeans, they don't hold on to the aspect of slavery. If you don't study for yourself, you don't know that they were slaves because they hide that shit. And then they use parsimony. Now, parsimony was, and we talked about Lincoln. We started with Lincoln, and it's important because the first executive order was Executive Order 100. It's called the Libra Code, and Title 20, Section 42, it talks about parsimony. And in war, we should have became the people that we were prior to the nations and people that we were prior to the Europeans coming here with war, so that we can gain our right? Sovereignty as a nation, as nations. Nations are sovereign. People have uh, inalienable rights. Inalienable. It means nobody can, you know, come against you like this court case states, unless you become or given civil rights. Civil rights was given to us by Europeans. So under the Libra Code, our people should have took on their nations and nationalities instead of taking on civil rights and privileges. That's how
Right.
they
That's why
screwed
we
us.
have all these cases up under deprivation of rights under the color of law,
Yes,
based on
the
you not
drips.
having a nationality,
Yeah, the drips. Yeah,
or
the drips.
that status over the one that you that's in your blood, basically.
Yes, yes. And we can prove that. So, it goes on to say, in this case, it goes on to say, upon the other hand, now, I know this might be repetitious to some and to others who they totally don't know. But pull out any of your ID, your birth certificate, and you're going to see your name in all caps. That's the number gear that we're talking about. That's the fiction that we're talking about. Who spell their names with all capitals? Corporations. So this is how the inligus that they created, which is Black, Negro, African American, Indian, because Indian is the progeny between the Native American sister, right? Our matriarchs. We allowed Europeans to come in. Some of them became chiefs in our civilizations, and they made it with our sisters, and the same rules applied. But then they changed the name to Indian. So the Indian is the progeny between the native sister and the European male. That's who the Indian is. There's documentation making the Indians white. Why would they make them white? Why did they put just the Indians on reservations? Because that's their progeny. Everybody else is considered what? Colored, nigger, black, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have to know better to do better. And once we know better, then we can take back our rightful place as the heirs through the birthright to the land. We can't be talking about, well, I'm African and you right here in America, right? And because they told you they brought you here instead of knowing that you was kidnapped on your own land and reclassified, then that gives the Europeans the rights to your land under trust. They can put that shit under trust. Right? Who owns if you don't the heirs don't come, right? This is supposed to be for us, right? This is our land. So how can I talk about someplace else? And that's my home when I'm staying here. And I don't have knowledge of self. And not trying to, belittle none of my brothers and sisters. I'm trying to just educate our brothers and sisters on what I
It's
have.
right knowledge. They need to read. It's like, for example, when people start to talk about the 13th Amendment, you have to read it. What is said is that involuntary servitude is now illegal, right? So in my mind, when I read somewhere where it says involuntary servitude is illegal or unlawful, then in my mind, I know damn well that voluntary servitude is on and popping everywhere. Everywhere.
Mhm.
You have to read. Why
Yeah.
would they say involuntary servitude? Why wouldn't they just say that slavery is abolished instead of saying involuntary servitude? You know what I'm saying? It is illegal. They have a
Mhm.
way with words, which is why, we deal with basic words or things mundane like the word person. But when you open up the law dictionary, the word person takes up almost two fucking pages.
Yes.
Again, excuse my French, but these are things that, will kind of make you read a little bit unless you're just completely numb and you're okay with the fact that allegedly we make up 13 to 15% of the population, right? But we don't hold 13 to 15% of the nation's wealth, which makes no sense. None. Pardon my interruption. I just
Oh, you good,
certain
sis. I just like to
Um,
add something to that. Now
mhm.
there's so now during the Civil War, a lot of things happened, and the reason why they popped Lincoln is because he didn't want to turn us over to the paper standard, right? He wanted to stay on the gold standard, and so they popped him. So his predecessor was it Johnson, Andrew Jackson, Andrew Jackson. He had the vetoes, and then he was the only president that was impeached or whatever you call it, right? So, and why did they do that? Because he told the truth, right? So now we have to understand also during that time it was a military takeover. That's why we get districts and we got district courts and all this other bull. That's military shit. Look at these statues downtown in Detroit, Michigan.
Mhm.
They all generals, right? So that shows how they set up the district. Okay, then the Masons was a part of this. You go downtown, and when you go into and you about to turn to go into Canada under the tunnel, you see George Washington standing Masonically with his apron on. It was concerted effort by the Masonic, the ones that we taught. We taught them the lower sciences, and they took it and they defeated their fathers and mothers and fathers. My son, right? So that's the other aspect that we don't understand. The military aspect, the military takeover. We're still under military law districts. Okay, you go into the courtroom, they have a flag with a fringe on it. Under Article 4 of the Constitution, I mean, of the Article 4 of the um, 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 USC, it describes that as a war flag. Come on. Now, the 13th Amendment also was the original 13th Amendment was against the esquires who are in power now. Okay. And it stated that the esquires could not hold public office or office of what they call it, office of, of trust, or nor could they be citizens of the United States. That's the original 13th Amendment. Now, during that time, the 13th Amendment, and see, because, you know, in order for the Constitution to be amended, all of the states have to be in agreement. Now, based on the fact that we was in war, or the Civil War at that time, none of that happened. So the 13th Amendment was never properly ratified. It was changed, and the 14th Amendment was never properly ratified. You know what I'm saying? So this is stuff that people don't. They're not teaching this. You got to go see that. Check it out. It's in the halls of Congress. I mean, these different debates that they had. You know, where the southern states, they enacted, what they did was they came in and bogarted through force, military force, and enacted the shit that they wanted to put in. That's real. But anyway, we yeah.
Peace, peace, brother. We know what it is. I'm sharing the comments to show you, the chat go in. They be going in. We appreciate y'all too.
Oh, hey, I love it. I love it. I'm not upset because
And our moderators.
because you know what, there's going to be those type people out there, and we know it. We love you too, bro. You know what I'm saying? And one day, the Most High will, enlighten you in whatever you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So, um, so anyway, we get back to the how our people are under the corporate rules. So we're talking, I'm gonna give you an example of what I'm talking about. Uh, MCL 117.1, which is Michigan Compiled Law, it basically states that um, Detroit, we're gonna go right home, that it's a body corporate, right? Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution basically states that all states must guarantee Republican form of government, right? So, and then it also, and since the brother or whoever it is, the man, he
Yeah, that's one of our moderators. He was
okay,
just
okay,
messing up.
and so
I'm
and the
late
other,
sharing.
oh, okay, so the other thing is that based on that, okay, it states that it's unconstitutional. Now, it's unconstitutional basically because there's no separation in power. Thank you, brother. And that, and I just wanted to expound on that, but since we're on that this area of it, yeah, and we can look that up right now. You can post that if you don't mind. MCL 117.1. It's a body corporate and it's unconstitutional based on no separations in power because the judges running shit and the
You said
prosecute everybody's
MCL
scared.
17 what?
MCL 117.1.
I got you.
Okay. So so this is where our people are at. They're under based on these things that I just mentioned, Article 4, Section 4, and a lot of other different things, you feel me? And we can see where our people are at mentally because it says that it must guarantee a Republican form of government, right? And everybody talking about democracy. What? You know what I'm saying? See how they dumbed our people down? They talk about democracy. You feel me? You see, it says constitutionality.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're not just sitting here, just to sit here. We're sitting here for a purpose. And our purpose is for our people to become first mentally free and then to act upon the things that we are doing. You know what I'm saying? So, um, but anyway, so this is where the aspect of under Hale versus Hinkle, it basically goes into the aspect of how we have been enslaved, okay, through these Numdigares and the in Legis and the fiction of law and the color of law and all these different things that they're doing. Because upon the other hand, corporation is a creature of the state because why? They created it. They created your IDs, right? Right. And then you hand your ID in, and then when you hand somebody your ID and it's got all capitals, how can you go to court and say, that's not me? It's been you the whole time. You sign your checks. We got, and thank you, brother. The other thing is Dred Scott. Never been overturned. Never been overturned. Um, so, the IDs, how can you come back and say that's not me? Now you perjured yourself. But anyway, so but the corporation, it's got to answer to its owners. It's what I'm saying. Even though the corporation cannot speak, can't talk, can't arrest you, can't do nothing. But the agents can. The agents can. So anyway, so these immigrants, and we're gonna get back on course, were able to do this through their doctrine of religious discovery, which is the manifest destiny, and their tenets of kill, steal, and destroy, subject through force. Like I said, after the Civil War, that's when we became slaves. And if you like the brother whoever posted that about slaves, okay, if you do not take on your birthright and see, I'm a native North American of Moorish descent because the Moors was here, right? Choctaw, I'm a Choctaw Native American of Moorish descent. Okay, and I have declared my nationality. Okay, for that person who posted that, I've declared my nationality. Has he? Does he know how to stand on it? So this is where we as a people come together to teach those who don't know. Because it's our obligation. Once you know better, you're supposed to do better. We're not doing a good job. Because we so used to, you know, see, I want to interject this real quick. It's this cat named Edward Bernays. He's the nephew of Sigmund Freud, right? And this is why people. And then the other example is, and some of you guys can go check this out, is Goodbye Uncle Tom. A lot of our people need to see that, so they can understand why they act the way they act, because it's been conditioned in you. So Edward Bernays also, Sigmund Freud said that men have certain characteristics, or and pent up innate shit in them, where they're going to act out a certain way. And Edward Bernays, basically, who was the father of public relations, as we would call it, he was the one who basically used propaganda and all these other tools to get people to do things that they normally wouldn't do, right? So now we can see how this came into play, right, in our technology. Remember, we talked about the age of Aquarius, communications, right? All these other things that they are indoctrinating our brothers and sisters in. Even when I was growing up, they had this, these social engineering tools going on, and people, I can't stand Scarface, New Jack City, none of those, explicit, that the destruction of the Melanin civilization movies that they brought out. Why? Because our children emulated all of that foolishness, right? Millions died, millions on drugs, millions incarcerated, right? So we have to understand the dysfunction that a lot of our people have also, and where it came from.
I'm saying, now let me go back a little bit with you. Now the Goodbye Uncle Tom, which was released in 1972, somewhere in there.
Like that, yeah.
Originally, it was banned in the States, right?
Yeah.
And to be able to watch that film on YouTube right now is just mind blowing, right? I recall when I didn't see it until 2006, and it was given to me to give to one of my Washita sisters, right? And I was oblivious. I didn't know anything about it. So I watched it because I wasn't going to see her until the next day. And I stopped it. I could not watch that movie. And I called her and I'm like, what the blood clot? What is this? And she was like, no, you need to watch it. You will be all right. Sit there and watch. I said, I want to fling this DVD out my front door. I'm standing at my front door, right? She was like, sit down and watch it, right? So I watched it, and eventually I made copies because I began to sell the conscious DVDs in 2006, right? And what I wanted to camelback on was the Scarface. This is something else a lot of people aren't aware of. Scarface is a remake. That movie is from a film made in 1932. So if you're gonna typically, no, not typically, if you watch a movie that's a remake, you must see the original. Again, if you watch a film or that's a remake, or even a film that is based off a book, then your ass need to read the book, right? If the film is a remake, you need to see the original film so you can know what's really going on. And the movie Scarface, when you watch the original versus watching the remake, they're very similar. Very, very. They didn't change a whole lot. Just
what's the name of it again?
And one is in the 80s.
Okay, done. What was the name of the prior one to Scarface?
Scarface. Oh, it has the same title. Okay. I used to sell that right next to my Taj Tariq Bey and my Dr. Ben and everything else. It was in my book because I want you to know, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
What's what?
Right. So just, to continue, I mean, we can't be a part of the destruction of the brothers and sisters civilization, melanin civilization. You know what I'm saying? And when we are, we see that in today's time, I was growing up, our elders would come to us, and we could be wrong. There you go. That's it. That's another big one right there. Yeah, yeah. And
You turn it
we
over.
could be wrong, but we were held accountable, right? We were held accountable. We just couldn't do anything and say anything, and then everybody be like, okay, well, that's just you. No, that's affecting everyone, because what we put out there into the universe comes back in like form. And then, like I said earlier, our children are there watching us. So if they see you doing, that's why this boob tube is so detrimental. This technology that they got, this, out there, this unreality TV and garbage. See, these idiots are getting paid millions, right, to do this, to be dysfunction, and our children are eating it up. And then what do? See, this is what the problem is with the age of Aquarius, because we're not doing our job to make sure that our children understand the difference between reality, accountability, I mean, character, everything else. The Chinese take their babies before they even try to educate them, and they train them as how to deal with each other, social skills. So they know humility. They understand humility. They understand respect, and all the different morals and standards and things that our progeny should be taught. But if you don't know better, you can't do better, right? So a lot of our people are not teaching our progeny nothing. The technology is. Their peers are. So we got to get back to it. So like I stated before, and this was in the 60s, Malcolm basically stated that only a fool would allow his progeny to be educated by his enemy. And today we are seeing the results of those people who allowed that to happen, who continue to allow it to happen. Because the problem is that our children go to these schools and all the way to doctor. They take them at 5 and 6, right? All the way to doctor. And then they assimilate them into the European perspective and mindset. And then what happens? They are no longer good for their people. We have Carter G. Woodson. We have um, um, uh, um, 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 uh, Garvey and all the rest of our elders who've already said this. But if you know this, then you see these things when they happen, right? So yeah, I'm a doctor. Oh, that's great, man. That's great. I commend you. So how are you gonna use that to help us? Because I started out, God gave us all with gifts and attributes, right? How are we gonna bring this in to create parity for our people? People don't even think that way, but we'll go to these Ivy League schools, working, making, great money, but our family is suffering. See, they took us away from generational wealth. Okay. They took our people away from generational wealth, right? And the matriarch that we had in place, right? And the matriarch that we had in place to go to a school, right? And pay for that shit when we had apprenticeships. We were the craftsmen. We built everything, right? So who tricked the first person to go to school to get theory and not application and pay for it, and then come out a debt slave? That's what's going on right now. So, but in back in the 1800s, 1600s, they created unions to keep the craftsmen out, right? Our people couldn't survive anymore. So we tried to come together. We had Rosewood, we had all of these thriving communities, and people want to keep on talking about slavery. I was brought here. We had all these thriving communities that they bombed, that they burnt, that they flooded.
Mm-hmm.
We can go on all day. Our people need to wake up. So I've talked about Eric Bernet and Freud, because Freud, they psychology. And then the other thing is that people don't understand we do have, they call it mental illnesses. Okay. And then a lot of people don't understand is food. It's a lot of environmental problems that our people are not addressing. And then they got this MS, what is it? MSA, MS something with a medical MS5 or something like that, whatever it is. Right? Where all of these Europeans came together to create these, ailments, and they all agreed on it, right? And then they made it law, and our people believe that. So that's something different, but it's still. I mean, they make stuff up and then give you medicine for it. Where's the holistic approach? But anyway, J.W. Powell again was a student of the Code of Darwin. Okay, and J.W. Powell was an American. He was a surveyor, scientist, ethnologist. Okay, ethnology is the study of people. So he studied our people. He was one of the cats that went into our civilizations, our nations, and wrote down every damn thing, and then tell us once he understood that if your shit ain't written down, it don't exist. You know what I'm saying? And topography, right? So he did so much research and maps and stuff like that, and he all the different terrains he went across the Americas, making these maps and things like that for military purposes. Okay, and anyone who's been in them, or I did strategies. So the thing is that there's certain topography or landscape that is beneficial in war. You know what I'm saying? Including the germ warfare and all the other things that they used against us. So yeah, he created maps, and he used our native people to help him create the maps, and then he came up with his own creation myths, which were later used to control the land and subject our native people militarily. See what I'm saying? So they infiltrated, they learned us, and then they came and took over. Because we was already weakened up. They softened us up, with all this other stuff that was happening, wars and things. They softened us up real well. Because it was a concerted effort, like I said, with the Masonics. You seeing the Rothschilds and the kings and their investors. And to support that, see, the Constitution is a charter from the king. From the king. We're still under treaty. Article 6 of the Constitution says treaty is the law of the land, and all judges will adhere to the treaties. That's the fucking law of the land in their corporate document. The treaties. And then we operating under the Commerce Clause of the Constitution. That's why they can call it a democracy. But anyway, okay, and then so J.W. Powell became the director of the Bureau of Ethnology, right, which is the study of cultures and people. And this at the Smithsonian Institute, there we go. See, they took our stuff and put it in there in hiding, and then they still trying to hide it from us, but they didn't hide all the books because they're in libraries where lies are buried. But if you look hard enough, you can find the truth. And this is what the gift that God, that if we want to put a name to something that we can't put into this universe, the Most High or whatever, God, whatever you want to call it, it's that was my calling. So J.W. Parr's real mission was to withhold, reclassify, and rewrite the true histories of the native peoples, legacies, and ways of life. This became the public policy created by Powell, a policy that was handed down from the Interior Department to the Smithsonian Institute and to other academia. So critical race theory is nothing new, ladies and gentlemen. It's nothing new, you know, and ignorance isn't new either. Ignorance is not new. So, and ignorant just means not to know. And we should want to know so that we can change the paradigm. Okay. And J.W. Power created the policy that he created is still in effect today, like the one that enabled him to rewrite the legacy of millions of indigenous Native Americans. One of his policies was that of if the Natives' ways and teachings weren't written down, they don't exist. And in this book, I plan in this talk, I plan to bring to light that was bring to light what was done and accepted based on discovery, status, and power. Uh, what follows was taken from on the limitations of use of anthropological data. That's the book that he wrote on the limitations to the use of some anthropological data by John Wesley Powell. The great body of picture writing, and thus this is, see, we would consider some of these things in stones that's up here, you know, these pictures and stones as picture writings, and then they do have hieroglyphics, but like Sis said, they can't read that shit. They can't read it. They couldn't read it. But there were some Europeans that came up in there, got with it, like Powell did, got in there, or the Mexicans or the Spaniards later, their progeny came in there and used the natives to help them to decipher it. So there is documentation. I have lots of it. Some of the stuff I have to, some of the books I have to go and use translation shit to translate. if we on that mission, we got to grind and make it happen. It should be, language should not be a barrier unless we make it a barrier. Okay, the great body of picture writings is thus described, yet to some slight extent, pictographs are found with characters more or less conventional, and the number of such is quite large in Mexico and Central America. Because there was a lot of Negroes there, a lot of Nagas, a lot of Moors. Like I said, Montezuma was a Moorish king. And we were called Moors up into the late 1600s. And then after that, they started calling our people Indian.
How they said, from the shores of Tripoli to the
from the halls of Montezuma.
The halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli.
Yes, because Montezuma's here, Tripoli is in North Africa. So we had empires. That's why the Marines, that's the Marines song, because that's when they defeated the Moors. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. That's their song. That's when they started enforcing these edicts. The Queen and all of them. You bet not catch no Moors around here. But we were so powerful they couldn't do nothing. Hence, it will be seen that is illegitimate, not authorized by law, nor in accordance with accepted standards, to use any pictograph matter of a date anterior to the discovery of the continent by Christopher Columbus. I put this Columbus in there. Christopher Columbus, because he didn't know where he was at.
Yeah, well, they saying now he done went from Italian to Jew to Moor. Now he's a Moor. Is he an amalgamated Moor? Is he a Tawny Moor?
A Tawny. If anything, he was a Tawny. He might have been a Tawny.
Is he an actual person? Is what I like to ask.
Yeah, that's better. That's a better one.
From my 2 decades, what I see is you find most of the writings about Christopher Colon or Christopher Columbus found in the fiction sections of the library. I just want to know why that is. I didn't put him there.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm fighting. I fought with myself. I agree. I'm in agreement with that. Yeah.
I'm just
Okay.
asking.
All right. But it has a legitimate use of profound interest as these pictographs exhibit the beginning of written language and the beginning of pictorial art, yet undifferentiated. And if the scholars of America will collect and study the vast body of this material scattered everywhere over the valleys and on the mountainsides, from it can be written one of the most interesting chapters in the history of human and mankind. Here again, North America presents a wide and interesting field to investigators, for it has within its extent many distinct governments, and these governments, so far as investigations have been carried, are found to belong to a type more primitive than any of the feudal systems from which the civilized nations of the earth sprang, as shown by the concurrently recorded history. So there it is right there. He's saying, look, we had governments, we had, you know, empires, we had civilized nations of people right here, right here. Yeah, but yet in this history, many facts have been discovered suggesting that feudalities themselves had an origin in something more primitive. Okay. In the study of the tribes of the world, a multitude of institutions and customs have been discovered, and reviewing the history of feudalities, it is seen that many of their important elements are survival from a tribal society. So important are these discoveries that all human history has to be rewritten, the whole philosophy of history reconstructed, because they didn't like what they saw. And if you know anything, like I said, about Darwin, he was a protege of Darwin. And when he saw all these copper, brown, and dark people, basically he had to put a hope to it, because they wanted to write their history. You know, like, hey, we the great white hope. And you Negroes was our slaves. While we hide all of your, you know, information. Like Darwin, Powell also created many racist policies and beliefs that were followed by Anglo-Saxon academic communities. Darwin was Powell's scholarly mentor and predecessor. Much of Powell's research, like Darwin's, presupposed the racial inferiority of our copper brown and dark Native American ancestors. He was a major part of the westward expansion for whites, who killed and renamed our people while stealing all of our resources and land. From the Inquisition to germ warfare to manifest destiny to the earth scorching plans. These are a lot of the different things, including them emptying their jails and bringing them over here for them to do the dirty work. Okay. They were here to kill, steal, and destroy, but first they came in nicely. They infiltrated and then implemented their diabolical plans. Powell and others madly insane scientists argue that certain topographics and climate produce humans who could not rise from a grade of savagery and were destined to be developed by civilized races. See, this is the mindset of these races who came in and created race, who came in to kill, steal, and destroy. You know, it's the people who are already here. You know what I'm saying? This happened over a long period of time, you know, but this is the results of what we're dealing with today. Okay. And then I'm going back, you know, America is the old world. The Americas are really the old world, and that there were millions of copper brown and dark melanin people in the ancient Americas millions of years ago, prior to Darwin and his bags of evolutionary tricks. As we talked about earlier, we substantiated that. Look, there were people here 66 million years ago. And then I got other stuff that goes back a little further. According to the author, the learned wranglers of this shadowy and dim point stated that all of the leading geologists now agree with the opinion that America is the oldest continent on the face of the planet, that the fossils remains of human beings found in various parts of it from distant from each other prove that man lived there in times immemorable, and that we have not the slightest ray of light to illuminate the darkness that surrounds the origin of these primitive men. Furthermore, it is now admitted that by the generality of scientists that man, far from descending from a single pair located in a particular portion of the Earth's surface, has appeared on every part of it where the biological conditions have been able to develop for his development and maintenance, and that the product of various species with their distinct, well-marked anatomical and intellectual characteristics were due to the differences of those biological conditions and to the general forces calling forth animal life prevalent in places where each particular species has appeared and whose distinct marks were adapted to the particular environment. We have found a bridge to cross the vast expanse of water that lies between the eastern and western continents, a clue that may lead us to the birthplace of ancient sacred mysteries in those lands of the West, the land of Ku, the motherland of the gods, of the ancestors of the Egyptians, were the god where the god Osiris reigned supreme over the souls emancipated from the turmoils of matter, that the sacred mysteries have existed in America from times immemorial. There can be no doubt, even setting aside the proofs of their existence that we gather from monuments of Eximo and the descriptions of the trials of the initiations related to the sacred books of the Kuchis. We find vestiges of them in various other countries of the Western continent, but the European scientists for many years past have explored those old fields in order to obtain relics to fill their shelves of the museums of their capitals and turn up the soils of the Orient in search of archaeological treasures. Now look to the Western continent in quest of the origin of those civilizations which they have been unable to find in the countries where they once flourished, and they look with that relevance which true learning begets on those ancient American temples and palaces that are objects of contempt for some modern American scientists. Plato says that the Atlantis, okay, that's another thing. You had a map of Atlantis, Mu, Atlantis, Lemur, you know what I'm saying? And we have to also understand during those times we had Pangea, you know what I'm saying? We was on all parts of Pangea, and then Goanna land. And then it's another.
No, you're about to start some trouble talking about Pangea.
Hey, they can get mad, but hey, come with superior knowledge.
Go ahead, bro. I'm just picking with you.
Okay. It is not only subjugated. Okay. Plato says that in Atlantis there was a great and wonderful empire which aggressed wantonly against the whole of Europe, Asia, and Africa, thus testifying to the extent of its domain. It's not only subjugated Africa as far as Egypt and Europe and as far as Italy, but it ruled as well over other parts of the continent, to wit, the opposite continent of America, which surrounded the true ocean. Those parts of America over which it ruled were, as we will show hereafter, Central America, Peru, Valley of the Mississippi, occupied by the mound builders. Moreover, he tells us And we know who the mound builders is, right?
Yeah, we
Moreover,
showed Poverty Point earlier today.
yes, ma'am. Yes, yeah. Moreover, he tells us that this vast power was gathered into on that is to say from Egypt to Peru. It was one consolidated empire from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. We must not forget that Plato informs us that the priests of the Egypt assured Solon when he visited them 6,000 years ago before the Christian era that all communication between their people and the inhabitants of the land of the West, who had been interrupted 9,000 years in consequence of the Great Cataclysm, there we go again, during which in one light the land of Atlanta disappeared, submerged under the waves of the ocean. Are we not then right if we surmise that the monuments of the Maxim, the Mayan, existed 11,500 years ago, and that the mysteries similar to those of Egypt were celebrated in them? And this comes from the sacred mysteries of the Mayans and the Keech, 11,500 years ago, their relations to the sacred mysteries of ancient Greece, Chaldea, and India, and also from the Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx. I have a book right here, if you can probably see it, and it talks about the origin of the Egyptians, right? So that's some other things, and we talk about Amenti. Now we study in the East as well in the West. So Amenti is a place, is the land of the setting of the sun, right? And so the Egyptians talked about their ancestors came from Amenti, right? And we have Amenti as one of the netter, right? And Osiris, okay. Then we have Thor or Tehuti, right? And if we look at the emerald tablets, okay, it talks about the Atlanteans, right? He was an Atlantean, and he came to Nubia, which is today called Nubia, right? Egypt, and he civilized those people. Okay, and that's why they say their ancestors, according to the documents that I have obtained and read. I see you got the seals on. That's the nationality piece. What?
Nah, nah, that's
What's something else?
some judges' oath of offices that I got
Oh,
from
okay, okay. Hey, I
Southern
get you. I
Land
see what
Indian
you're doing. Yeah,
Graces.
that's how you got to do
This stuff, oh, I'm just trying to
it.
keep up with you.
Oh, so it's important for us to understand, the connection. And this is what I stated in the beginning. There is a connection that we have with each other, regardless of you from the East or from the West. I don't care. We are family. And you can look at it differently because you've been socialized differently. You know what I'm saying? We talked about how Europeans have assimilated us. You know what I'm saying? They created division amongst us. You know what I'm saying? And we seem to like it because we're attacking each other on a daily basis. Sometimes I'm on these sites and I go on the sites and I'm looking at what brothers and sisters are doing. And, I wish that they had, um, um, I wish they had a button for who gives a fuck. Why don't you care about your people button? Why are you down on your brother? Why are you down on your sister button? I went, because everybody got likes, right? But how can we like something that we know is detrimental to our brothers and sisters' well being? But okay. But when following the course of the constellations, those immovable, and perpetual, constellations fastest upon America are reached, it will appear that while at that is subliming the historic past centers upon Egypt, all that is sublime in the prehistoric past centers upon America. Let me read that again because I screwed it up. When following the course of the constellations, because we were astrological people, our megalithics, our mounds, and everything was built based on astrology, or astronomy. Okay, so when following the course of the constellations, those immovable and perpetual fastened upon America are reached, it will appear that while all that is sublime in the historic past centers upon Egypt, all that is sublime in the prehistoric past centers upon America, and as a curtain which has hitherto concealed the prehistoric connection between the people of ancient Egypt and America is lifted, it will be seen that the people of the eagle. How many times have we seen that eagle? How many times have we seen the eagle? Now we can go a little bit into the symbology of so the eagle, right? And we have nations here, right? That they had the a condor, what do you call it? The condor. They had the eagle. They had big giant. I can't remember the name of the giant. And then they had the plum serpent, right? The plum serpent. Okay, and then we had also the in this place we had the serpent and the eagle, right? And so the European knew that those were our symbols. So what did they do? They put you if you look on the money, I think it's on the back of one of the I can't remember what's the dollar or whatever. You'll see the serpent in the mouth of the eagle. That symbology should tell us once we, it told me once I came knowledge of, the difference in what our people were. And because if you look at the Egyptians, they got the serpent on there, and the serpent would represent wisdom and all of this other stuff, right? And then we look here in the Americas, we got that stuff too. Sis has some stuff that some pictures she was showing early. So the serpent and the eagle was ours, but they like the Confederate in the flag and the land because we had the first confederations. They bastardized it and they made us hate our own stuff, right? And then using it against us. So the symbology between that is like the serpent who was us and the eagle who was us are fighting because who's the predator of the serpent? The big birds, the hawks, the eagles. So this was the land of the eagles, but also it was the land of the serpent, the plum serpent. And this is where the name America comes from, the plum serpent. For my research based here in the Americas. Okay, so America was the original Egypt or eagle. Okay, prior to the mighty dispensation in the days of Pegle, P-E-G-L-E-G. I told you I'm bad at with pronunciation and spelling. But anyway, that was during the time prior to the flood, the Great Flood. Okay, when the Earth was divided and the Great Globe itself was first born among the continents. America has been falsely denominated the New World. Hers was the first dry land. We talked about this. Hers was the first washed shores that enveloped all of the earth. And while Europe was represented only by islands, just here and there, um, um, we went from Nova Scotia to the far west. The ancient America was, as we shall see, was inhabited by a great race of men whose deathless traces has been left upon the surface of the globe and among the stars in the sky. All the uh, all the heraldry of the nations, it will be shown, and all the emblems, ceremonies, and figures of speech, of religion, and of epic poetry are derived from the art and the science, the triumph and the destruction of ancient Americas. Sir Daniel Williams remarks that, like Atlantis in the Anteville world, wholly ignores the concurrent opinion that the highest authority in science, that the main feature of the Atlantic basin have undergone no change within recent geographical periods. So these things that's happened in the past are happening now. I have documentation where, and you can look it up, where Africa, what they call in Africa now, is breaking apart. And by a certain period of time, it's going to be a part of Africa that's going to drift away, right? And we have to understand that the geologists have basically, said that certain things has happened, and Mars is supposed to be a dead planet, but now they're saying that it's coming back to life, and so they're saying that it's something in the universe that basically is causing these catastrophes to happen. Now, if you've been checking out the last few days, it's been a lot of stuff about this hurricane about to hit, right? And then Nostradamus predicted in this year that it's going to be a lot of lost lives based on different catastrophes happening. Now, in my research, I found that these things happen every 24, 12, 24, that's the different periods, different ages, and, different periods or whatever you want to call it, where the Earth's core, right, basically, and this is also, they call it global warming, but this is something that has happened before. So the Earth, because of its core and the molten stuff that's coming out, is causing, lot of droughts, and that's why we get these fires, because of the molten. This is an Earth problem. And it goes through this cleansing every 12 to 24,000 years. You feel me?
As an
And
example, not to pause your wisdom, everybody remembered a year before last when they were talking about the Mississippi River drying up, and they was, oh, it's at this many feet, and now it's at this many feet. We know for sure nature run the show. If we don't know nothing else, you are not, anything that's outside of nature will be eliminated. So we can say Mother Nature if that's your preference, but she handling business. You hear me? Like, for real. When we start talking about hurricanes, that really strikes a nerve with me, not just because of peace be upon them, what Mosaic Marcus Garvey said concerning the hurricanes. You understand? But because during Hurricane Katrina in 2005 is when everything changed for me as far as my mind state. Prior to me, peace be upon him, meeting Robert Bell, who we affectionately call Bobby Ill, Sensei Robert Bell, one of the baddest in martial arts. You understand? Um, that Hurricane Katrina situation and me being hands-on, assisting our brothers and sisters who were affected by it. But was a lot of brothers and sisters from Louisiana who were here in Detroit. You understand? They were staying at the Marriott and various other inns and hotels and motels, and anybody who was really fluent in the empire, Washita, D. Yamanya, know that the Empress has multiple relatives here, right? So this is what pulled me further into this American Moor paradigm, we'll just say. Whether you want to say the indigenous, aboriginal, or Tauntauns of the land, wherever I place my feet, that's who I am. Meaning, even in a damn cave, my people inhabited or structured, whether they structured that for another people, like you call in England Albion, and then we looking at the island of Lesbos and various, what is that, Patagonia,
Mhm.
different places where no, this is where we're gonna put y'all until you fully develop it into what we call a human being. You understand? Like, look at the picture. Now, most people, they never seen this. They don't know what this is. Is this from what they're calling Asia today? Is this from what they're calling Africa today? No, this is from right here.
Right
And
here.
it predates any voyage, any conquistador, any of that, any colonist, any of that.
Yeah, that was
So
taken from one of the codexes. Yeah, that's from one of the codex. Yes.
exactly. When you start talking about the Popol Vuh, and I know I
Yeah.
mess up some words too. You know what I'm saying?
You good?
This
You good?
this is knowledge that we've been on for decades. So again, when we have the younger generation coming in who's labeling themselves as abos, and they want to separate themselves from everything and say, well, you calling yourself a Moors. The Moors came from, hold on. Cain, Ben, I break it down real simple things that you can find, right? So when I say no people who carry recessive genes can predate us anywhere on this mother plane, I damn mean it.
That's
So
right.
again, you can't have it both ways. You can't be telling me you are Aboriginal, this, that, and the third of the Americas, but you don't acknowledge the brothers and sisters who are responsible for putting this information out here before some of y'all was even born. You
Yeah.
understand?
When you was
You
in diapers.
you right. You may not the being called a Moor may not resonate with you because you don't know how ancient that term is. With vowels, without the vowels, do we understand the fact that thousands of years ago, while we were saying America is Egypt and all of this other stuff right now, thousands of years ago, Imhotep was called the emperor of the world. So while you looking at Misraim or Egypt or Kemet or Tamaray as being one place, you doing it again. When you point over there and say, well, that ain't the real Egypt over here in the, they found such and such tomb over here in the Grand Canyon, this, and you selling me all of this shit or attempting to, that I've already been aware of again for more than 20 years, right? But you don't even know where the story came from. So let's get back to it. Now you want to say, well, this is the real, and I know I love y'all. Don't get mad at me for saying this. I'm saying something to you as some of y'all elder. When you saying, well, that ain't Egypt over here, over there. This the real Egypt over here. We got Memphis. We got you not understanding what's going on. We're talking about a global empire. You understand? Not just one place. So you showing me that you haven't reached the level of immaturity when you're trying to argue with me because you're just now calling the Mississippi River the Nile. Like I've been through the stage already, and I relabeled it as being the Mississippi. Let it be the Mississippi. Let it be what it is. You understand? We understand the connection, and many others do not. I feel for the same. When you learn something, you understand you got to understand not to trap yourself in that one chamber, because when you do that you don't have the ability to learn something else. That's what I call, you got to travel through the 36 chambers. You can't come to me with your Hebrew Israelite stuff and say this is right and nothing else is. You don't know I used to be a Hebrew Israelite in 1996. You're talking to the wrong person. I graduated and I was able to go and gain another degree and another degree. You happy with your little 1 degree? That's on you. At that point, you have no right to really, you know what I'm saying? You can't demonstrate to me at all, because you're giving me a demonstration that I've already demonstrated, right? You have to continue to grow. And while we continuing to grow, we have to stop with the biases against one another. We all have the same enemy. Stop making me your enemy. Right? I'm trying to get
Touche. I love that,
why the
sis.
brother is here. That's why he's here. You don't have to agree with everything, but one thing for sure, you're not gonna be able to disprove it. You can want to debate it. Why would you want to debate when we can simply just build, right? People are involved in this social media stuff for various reasons, but it seemed to be within the so-called conscious community, it's always trying to rebut somebody else's information. And that puts us in a place where we can't dialogue. And if we can't dialogue, we can't get to remedy and recourse, right? We stay stuck.
That's it.
And nobody wants to be stuck in the mud. That means you can't go nowhere. Left, right, up, or down. You can't ascend or descend. You can't do shit. You just stuck. But my bad. Let's carry on.
Hey, sis.
I have to get certain stuff off my chest sometimes, because people will take a 2 and and put a 10 on it going in the opposite direction. They'll make 4 left turns and be in the same place. And don't even know we in the same place. That's like you say Egypt, he say Kemet, I say Tamaray, he say Misraim, and we all argue about it when we talking about the same shit.
Place. Yeah.
It's like what you said earlier. You have to put things in the chronological order. Now, if it's something more ancient, something else you said earlier, but in a different way, if you have something more ancient to present, all is well. We shall listen. We will listen. But if you don't have anything, you giving me modern shit and I'm giving you ancient shit like we never, you talking about Jesus. And then we was saying Yahshua. You saying Yahshua Bar Miriam, and he's saying Yahshua Ben Yusuf, and now we arguing. Why? What's the problem?
You're right.
It's because y'all haven't graduated. You stuck and you think what you got is right and every fucking body else is wrong. That's like I'm just gonna use this wrench. I'm not gonna use this flathead or this Phillips screwdriver. Y'all gotta excuse me. I'm not the, I'm not gonna use the drill. I'm not gonna use the saw. This hammer is the shit. All the rest of that stuff y'all got over there, and we gonna argue. That's our problem, y'all. Seriously. I'm tired of it.
Totally
we
agree.
have to. There's nothing wrong with the refreshers, right? But it's something wrong when you try to put somebody in a place. Again, like I said yesterday when I talked to you for a minute, I'm not your understudy, right? Now, maybe if you a plumber, because I really don't know much about plumbing, you see, then I'm your understudy. But when we trying to come together to build, to manifest something, we don't need the negativity. That's something else you said in your own way earlier. We don't need the negativity, which is what made me gravitate towards you. Everybody within these movements have not matured in the mind enough for me to even have on here, to be honest, because it's going to be a problem eventually, unless it's something to give, and I'll just let you carry on. But the minute you start talking against, like you came on here and you said what you said, but you didn't drag Pan-Africans. You didn't drag the Hebrew Israelites. You didn't drag the brothers from the Nation of Islam. You didn't do any of that. You presented the information the way it's supposed to be presented. Period.
Thank you,
I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I concur with everything you said. And it's important that we hold those who do it accountable. Like I was saying, I wish on some of these medias, that's that's division, that's negative. Well, how about putting that button up there? Because I'm that's not my light. They got a like, dislike. So I'm disliking a bunch of that stuff. But I wish there was other buttons I could push out there. Well, how about trying to come together as a people? But that type of stuff. But anyway, so we'll continue. How much time I got, sis?
As much time as you willing to give us.
Okay, I'm getting close. Okay, so William Philip Blake was another American geologist, right? And he was a mining consultant, and he was a so-called educator. He wrote a book that's called the Paleonistic Skulls of California and the Flint Implements of Table Mountains. And he talks about, in this book, he talks about that period, which was between 5 million to 2 or 3, almost 3 million years ago, right? And the skulls, he found skulls in California, right? And along with the different flint instruments that basically he came to the conclusion that they were people of color. They were Negroids. You know what I'm saying? They were Negroids. So the point is that they hide that. But like I said, it's in libraries. But if you look hard enough, well, lies are buried. But if you look hard enough, you'll find the truth. And then and then we can go to the deserters, my sons, right? Our sons, the Masons, right? Okay, they even did, right? Ancient symbols and masonry of old/new America. That's the name of the book. Look at the similarities, sis. I love that. Yeah, that's how the around the globe. We're around the globe.
The skulls you were talking about, we showed those earlier. So
people
who missed out earlier, we showed a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So the cradle of symbolism used in all masonry is placed by many of the best authorities in that country, which they believe was first inhabited. The plateau of Tartary, and from there transmitted to the new generations by the sages of India, Persian, Ethiopia, which is Abyssinia, and that's the older term. And Abyssinia was also included, which would also include Egypt, and I would say Arabia also. We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America. It is a fact that at Memphis, Egypt, which is the same place, in the pyramids, under the guidance of the kings, the mystic rites of masonry were worked many thousands of years ago. But at the time, Egypt and the continent of America were one and the same. What you just expounded on, sis. In America, rediscovered in the 15th century and repopulated in the 17th, was recovered Egypt and the promised land, or the land of the constellation of the eagle, which we talked about earlier. No matter how numerous or complicated the work of Locke may be, who's the person that was writing, John Locke, he was one of those Europeans who wrote a lot of books on law, natural law, and all this other stuff, right? These were the some of the Europeans that they was operating under more science, as we talked about earlier. The Great Pyramids, which we have behind us in Mexico with the mounds, and it's around the world, but in North America, North, South, Central America, have more step pyramids, which the step pyramids are older, zaggurats, mounds, and other edifices that are more ancient than we do in the East. That is not throwing stones. That's a fact. And check it out. That's all you got to do. No matter how numerous or complicated the works of the Great Locke may be, but the right key be applied, the Great Pyramid proves to be a long sought key to the mysteries at once of mythology and the great and of the great world religions. Especially interesting it is to America in this year of the Colombian celebration of the 400th anniversary of the rediscovery of America to sea. It demonstrated that the cosmos, terrors interwoven with the very warp and wolf are all sacred literature. Christian and pagan refer to occurrences as literally true as the earthquake of Lesbos. These stupendous events begin being connected primarily with a great destruction and recovery of equilibrium in the solar system, and secondly, with the consequent wrecking of the continent of America, which we talked about in short before. When the globe became involved in the consequence of this disorder, of the skies, America known as the mystic, at known to the mystic as Atlantis. Okay, when this ruin befell, was the seat of the greatest empire that has ever existed, and is and its irresistible armies were terrorizing all of Europe, Africa, and Asia. Study of the American constellations Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn reveals the innumerable antiquity of the name of America and the uh, significance of the armies of the United States. The fact once recognized that it is impossible to separate the eagle from America, the land of the shadow of with wings of Isaiah, over which accordingly appears two grand eagles, the red swan flying down the Milky Way, and the winged steed, and two others I can't name. All the wings known to astronomy, without taking the bear from Russia, Persia, per, 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 Persis from Persia, and the flood of light, it is poured upon the history and mythology, and where hitherto much has been vague and inscrutable, now we are able to at least see men as trees walking when following the course of the constellation, immovable and perpetual fast upon America. Yeah, that's saying that again on Sunday. Okay. Okay. And one moment. Okay, for the grand division of the eastern and western hemispheres through the natural effects of cause operating from the deluge, which is the flood, did not take place till about half a century after that event, and thus a subject that has uniformly puzzled the most learned historians and philosophers, and given ground for the most elaborate dissertations, namely the matter by which America was people, appearing to be made simple and easy, as are all those questions that are submitted to the ordeal of truth, the infallible assertions of the Holy Writ. Um, and Robertson supports the American to have derive their origin from the Asiatic, and supports his conjecture by some ancient traditions amongst the Mexicans, which ascribe their primitive populations to a horde from a remote country to the northwest, whose gradual progress from the northern coast, where they landed, to the interior provinces and the distinctly, which is distinctly traced. And in the infancy of Christianity, Mexico is said to have been in a more advanced state of civilization than Europe, Denmark, Sweden, and Russia. So the Christ was also here, and he was in Mexico. He was born of a virgin mother. So that's the story about who we call Issa or Jesus or Yahshua is nothing new here in the Americas too. And if we look at the Popol Vuh, like Sis just stated, it's in there. It's in there, and it talks about the Christ, and that's why you got and then you got the other, what's her name, the sister. What is her name? They
Yeah,
were
we
everybody.
put up a Star in the West by Elias Boudinoff too earlier today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
you
connects too.
already know about that.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
keep talking
but it all connects. And see, this is what
No,
I'm
no,
saying.
I'm saying the indigenous people talking to the invaders, basically, like, you can't give us nothing new.
Right, but we already had it. Right.
Exactly.
Good point. We already had it. So this is what a lot of our people don't understand, and then so they trap someplace else when it's right here. It's right here, and it's a connection. And this is what we're trying to show, that it's a connection, and we are connected if we want to be. If we want to be, from what people whosoever American descended, or in whatever manner the vast continent was originally furnished with human beings, it is certain that the first inhabitants brought with them the system of mysteries which they applied to the purpose of religious worship. And through this system and process of time was almost entirely lost amongst the scattered tribes, which led to an erratic life in the deepest wilds, yet the truths of which it was founded were preserved in a deteriorated form by the two great nations which have planted themselves on each side of the of Panama, intimacy of Panama. So that's that the intimacy of Panama is where the tip of what they call um, America or and South America meet. And we had, I mean, we had so many, like I was saying earlier, we were navigators. We were mating with each other. We was living with each other. We was traveling. We was sharing resources. We taught them how to do
Commerce.
commerce. Thank you, sister.
Yes.
Commerce. That's the best word.
Yes.
Commerce. So, and this is not being taught. This is not being told. And, and we had a connection. We had a connection. But the European, like I said, when I first started, they knew their place then, but they don't know their place now because we haven't came together as a people because we so divided. And believe me, this has been done, and this is why we talked about it earlier. These policies and procedures that have been put in place, and the monetary manumission, which is our people are doing the dirty work for the Europeans, so they don't need the KKK no more. They don't need them because we on remote control doing it, and they create the environment for it to be done. Okay, the people who erected the obelisks in Egypt and covered them with hieroglyphs, who wrapped mummies, embalming them with the greatest care, knew no more about the pyramid builders than we do today. So now that's conflicting on the European's perspective, and he's hating. Now, see, people want to throw our progeny away and some of the stuff that our progeny say or write, but once you get you have searched and you found and you read not just one text that's saying the same thing, that's saying one thing. I mean, one text that's saying one thing, but you read many texts that's saying the same thing. Now, this substantiates the things that have been said in that one document. So a lot of us take from one book, and then we think we know every damn thing. And then who was that one book, and who wrote it, and then was they a racist? Did they write, as racist? You see me, or were they eyewitnesses? Okay, did they just tell the truth? You should be able to discern those things when you're reading stuff, and then not just take one book, go check it out. Find the other books. They're there in libraries where lies are buried. But you got to look hard enough to find the truth. This is the problem. Okay, so the people who erected the obelisks, and I say that the majestic, voiceless sentinels, the pyramids with heads uncovered and lifted heavenward, stood there on the board plain, silent and dumb. We're talking about our like the Omak heads and all this other stuff. Easter Island. I mean, all this stuff is just sticking out there, and our people won't even go to see their own people. That's why I said, don't be just a Google researcher. Don't be just a book researcher. Go to the spot. Go pick it out. See it for yourself. Put your feet on the ground. I like to put my feet on the ground.
Yep.
Join the energy from Mother Earth. Huh?
Absorb some of that energy. Awake some of that clairvoyance.
That's it. Okay. Voices sentinels, the pyramids with heads uncovered and lifted heavenward. Stood there on the board plain, silent and dumb, with no one to explain their origin. When Egypt civilization. No, when Egyptian civilizations began. Of this, there can be no doubt the pyramids were built by Atlanteans long centuries before the Egyptians. Was a civilized country. Ancient America is seen to have been inhabited by the grand race of men who left their deathless traces upon the surfaces of the globe and among the stars of the sky. Here we go, reiterating again. And it is found that all of the hereditary of the nations and all the emblems, ceremonies, and figures of speech, of religion, of epic poetry uh, are derived from the arts and science in the tribes of ancient America. And that's coming from the Masonic book. It's called Ancient Mystic Oriental Masonry. And I read from page 25, 27, 30, 37, 155, and 167. And then that was also from the Freemason repository. And it was written in 1893, 94. Okay, and according to one of our brothers, he's a historian, Katana Bango. I'm messing his name up. Excuse me, my brother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But anyway, the idea that it was Europeans who introduced civilization to Africa is one of the biggest historical myths. In fact, evidence from archaeology, oral history, traditional language, and cultures practice strongly indicate that it was the South American natives who introduced civilization to Africa some 7,000 years ago, long before the Greeks and Roman civilizations emerged. The South American natives had introduced civilizations to Africa, thus making Africa the second continent in the world to become civilized, spurring on their South American guests. The Africans built great empires that lasted for several thousand years at a time. Contrary to popular myth in the Western world, the event of European destroyed civilizations in Africa rather than made it. As contrary to popular myth in the Western world, there was no darkness in Africa until Europeans' disease arrived. The last 400 years have been a nightmare for the people, African people, considering the kind of civilization that the early Africans enjoyed in the 6,000 years, years that prior to that. There is an abundance of cultural and technological evidence in South America and Africa that strongly suggests that there was a strong interaction between the Africans and South Americans. However, Western archaeologists and historians have traditionally not been interested in this evidence. African historians appear not to be aware of the long interaction that took place between the South Americans and the Africans starting at about 7,000 years ago. But it was longer than that, way longer than that, way longer than that. Because we was on one landmass, you know what I'm saying? So we know. That's why you got all of the same pretty much architecture around the world, you know, but some of it is newer than what is here. Okay. The strong cultural similarities between Africa and South America have largely been ignored. The similarity between native South American agriculture and African agriculture have longly been disignored. The similarities between African cultures, practice, and some native South American culture practice have been ignored. The similarities between North and South American architecture and traditional architecture in some parts of Africa have been ignored. The similarities between native South Americans and Africans' names have been ignored. The facts that the pyramids exist only in South America, Africa, and the Middle East have been ignored. We can add China, we can add Cambodia, we can add a lot of other places that this author didn't. But for right now, we'll continue. Even a recent discovery of ancient South American cave paintings that you talked about the cave. So we had the Kentucky, we got caves in Kentucky with the ancient people there. I mean, we all around the globe. We got pyramids in Kentucky, right there in Kentucky, right off the and you know, it's right off the highway. They made a highway right in between them. I was so upset. I'm like, these, you know. But anyway, depicting Negroes has been ignored. So we had cave paintings depicting Negroids, okay, and that's been ignored. Now people are ignoring it too. We ain't ignoring ourselves.
And intentionally covering it up. Run pork chopping, pastor pimping, and no good imam, and you know what I'm talking about? Some people who have been involved in and you know surrounded by this knowledge even before some of us.
Yeah.
But that money be good. You know what I'm saying?
And pale-faced
That
dollar
money
bills.
be good. And that ego and you know, the people bowing to them based off of their religious convictions have no idea.
No
None.
idea.
They not gonna tell it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's messing with their 50C13. The lack of interest in this evidence may be the result of the fact that Westerners are afraid to confront the possibilities that there were North, South, and Central American and Africans connecting at a time that the pyramids were built. Damn. So we did this. We had the same knowledge, and I haven't touched on it, but I'm just going to just briefly talk about it. If we look at some of the Mayan, um, 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 what do you call it? I'm trying to put the word, but the language and then the
Iconography and
the
zoology.
Egyptian, all the words are similar. So
Very.
who taught who? I mean, it's similar, and I got pictures where I go side to side, but I don't have it ready right now. But so that's what one of our brothers basically stated, you know. And then y'all mad, y'all can just look him up. His name is Katanga Bango. Okay, and then I'm just gonna. I think I'm bringing it home right now. In J.W.'s Power Book, the first annual report of the Bureau of Ethnology, and we talked about ethnology earlier, the study of people and their cultures, which J.W. Powell, as I stated earlier, he came in and infiltrated, and you know, he was accepted into but you know, really he infiltrated to gain knowledge. So divide and conquer of how he could, you know, look for our kinks in the armor so that they could come and just take over. You know what I'm saying? So in the first annual report of Bureau of Ethnology to the Secretary of the Smithsonian Institute, and it states, it is known that man's highly differentiated from lower animals and more further characteristics existed in early quaternary. That's the 2 million year old present to presence, and perhaps in the Palean, whatever, 5 to 2 million years ago, right? Time. And here the discovery ends. Okay, so they're saying that there's been people here in Americas. This is what they're saying, right? For at least 5,000 years. This is in the Smithsonian, is 1879, and this is on page 78, right? Okay, here's an example taken from the book where he talks about the Utes. It's a tribe in the Grand Canyon, right? You talked about that earlier. The Native American. So I've been to the observatory. They have an observatory there, and when you go inside the observatory, they got pictures of of Negroes up in that mug in the observatory, right? So these are the people that he's talking about right here. Okay, they who live on mountains, right? So you know, because they wanted to be high, you know, so they can, you know, astrologically, you know, astronomy, you know, it was astronomers. Okay, have a complicated sign which denotes living in the mountains and is composed of the sign sit and mountain. Okay, Okay, they rub the back of the extended left of the extended flat left hand with the extended finger of the right, then touches some black object representing black skin. This is from Smithsonian Institute, right? See, these are observers, even though they were racist observers, you know, discoverers, um, you know, and vigilantes and all this the rest of those gang, all the terms they be having for us. You know what I'm saying? That's who they are. You know what I'm saying?
Right, like the picture I just showed. Peace
Right.
be upon him, Dr. Martin Luther King, and them.
Yep.
It says they call me a terrorist too. You know, it's like we don't think of him that way, but that's what they said about him.
Yeah.
The same way that they try to put it on us that we paper terrorists.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to do business with y'all, and
Exactly.
we put documentation on the record stating such, and because of that, I have to be a paper terrorist. You see what I'm saying? It's similarities.
It's crazy. This addition is only made when the connection would cause a confusion between black skin and Negro. Wow, that's a distinction there. So what's the difference? I mean, that's and when I read that, I was blown back. I was like, so you're saying that Native Americans have black skin, but they're different from Negroes. I'm trying to figure that one out still. So that means that people of color were here, who we call black, and who Negro is an older term because it comes from Nagas. Right? Naga was the gods, or Niggas, which were the rulers. The Niggas are from Abyssinia. The Naga was from here and also Cambodia. You know what I'm saying? They got all kind of pyramids and people of color, big nose, the Buddha and all of them, copper brown and dark. So it's a connection. But we can continue. In his book, Tribes of California, okay, which is another book by this guy, and he's a book in 1840s and it goes from 1840s to 1904. Right? Paul also describes the Korch natives who are from Sacramento, right? Sacramento. Thick nose, walled and broad foreheads, low and wide, nearly on a perpendicular line with the chin, color ranging from hazel or buff hazel to old bronze and almost black. Okay? So they're describing our people. They're describing our people. He also described the Yukon natives of California. Almost black. Right? And the squaws. Okay? He talked about the squaws, who they call squads. It's where you get squatters from. Of almost African blackness. Right? The women was almost of African blackness. With their stiff hair, he says stiff and harsh hair. Okay? The Potawatomi lived in the lower waters of Mad River. Okay? They are black skinned, pudgy in stature, well cushioned, and had eyes like little berries. He's describing our people now. Okay? And then the Yucca, okay, they stiff and bristly hair, and they are variously complected with complected meaning the variation from yellow to buff brown to almost black. I mean, we can go on all day here. You know what I'm saying? And then this is taken from um, a book from the 1880s and from Harvard University, the Peabody Museum published. And this is one of the same books from the collection that talks about Montezuma, and it talks about his crown. You know what I'm saying? And it says that he was a Moorish king, right? So this is from the same, one of the same collections, the Peabodys, right? And this book, Whitney catalogs hundreds of artifacts and human skeletal remains found by miners, mining engineers, and mine supervisors deep into the gold mines at dozens of locations. All the evidence gathered by Whitney indicated that the objects could not have entered from other levels. The gold-bearing gravels from which these objects were taken, according to modern geologists, right? Their reports basically date them from 10 to 50 million years ago. And I conclude with, some of my proof, I have lots more, that supports that our people were here millions of years ago, and they telling us what they look like and everything else. I mean, come on. Documentation beats conversation and opinion. And I sometimes I have to do that, because I kind of like get it, and I can't be arrogant with it, but it's just got to be said. But Dr. Clark, he said, I only debate with my peers, but I listen to everybody. You feel me? And so when we debating, it's not an argument. I don't debate argumentatively, because like I said earlier, if you see two people or hear them and they're agitated and they arguing, how do you know who the fool is? We've been the fool too long. We have to establish, and change the paradigm based on what I presented today. And this has been a concerted effort, starting by pulling our progeny, because, like I said, Malcolm stated that only a fool would allow his progeny to be educated by his enemy. And we allow our children to go to these schools of lower learning and training, and then for their minds to be filled with lies while they talk about critical race censorship. So I mean, I hope that you guys learned something and today, and if you didn't already know, then and then I'm on Facebook. You can, if you feel the need to build with me, we can build. If you don't understand something or you don't agree with something, I take that too. But I don't take kindly, because I'm just gonna bring this home, because Buddha, right? So Buddha basically, was a you know idolized. So some cats went to Buddha and said, Buddha, you ain't this and you ain't that, and you think you know this and you think that, and so on and so forth, right? So Buddha looked at the guy and said, if I brought you a gift and you didn't want it, would you accept it? And the guy said no. So he said, take your gift and leave. So that's how I do it. Take your gift and leave, because I don't need that. Take your gift with your bad time friends, with the people that want to destroy instead of build. I'm here to build. And I'm just gonna leave you with that. I got to connect one thing with this poem, right? Because this is called Where is the Love? And it's incorporated in us. Cool blues, soft greens, lovely lavenders lead me on as teasing tans, titillating browns, and irresistible damsels pass as Duke Ellington and his black, beige, and tan conducts his symphony as black, brown, and light-skinned brothers who have mastered the art of courtship and chivalry dazzle and spin their teasing tans, titillating browns, and irresistible damsels and dance. Do you remember the time when life relationships were positive and we were in love? Do you remember when mothers and fathers stayed married forever, when families stayed together, when love was for that person and not for these material things? Now city and country brothers and sisters sit around and compare stories of how we all compare to dishwater, because we no longer paint positive reflections of who we still are, the good things we still do, because some have been mistreated and used by a few. As we tell ourselves about our sons and daughters yet unborn, some say, hurry tomorrow because we need you today. because our people have forgotten how we lived, loved, and extended from each other back in the day. You see, our ancestors' spirits still guide us, but we do not listen and learn from our past. Folks were wondering, they were truly wondering if Donny Hathaway would lean too far one day while wondering, where is the love? Where is the love? Because 1963 was supposed to be a good year when I was born, because Frankie Beverly had came through the golden time of day, and Robbie Nestle Marvin sang a song of redemption to tell who shot the damn sheriff. Damn, another revolutionary gone, stun done gone, stomach weathers ahead. No more house and field niggas, so they said, because everybody's sanctified, dignified, and making a lot of skrilla. Yeah, that's what Master taught us, to turn the other cheek, to love your enemy, while Africa and Africans and Native Americans are disagreeing, while the body counts of our people continue to increase, while they continue to label people of color like you and me. Peace. I can't hear you.
My bad. I
Oh,
said that's what's up. It's like you was in my mind with the no more house and field niggas.
so they
Because
said.
that's something that I need to copyright. You know, how we say, the best scholars or the best teachers produce scholars and teachers who supersede them. I'm paraphrasing, but you understand what I'm saying, right? So with Malcolm, when you talked about earlier, how old you were when you read your first book after seeing your pop read the book, and his energy, how that reflected on you. Um, my mom had the biography of Malcolm X by Alex Haley in her little bookshelf, and she had a bed bookshelf. Best way I can describe it. And there wasn't a lot of books there, but that was the first book that I picked up and read. You understand? And this is, I want to say, like second or third grade, to
Ooh.
be honest, because I used to be in her bedroom. She had the big king size bed with the big this and that and the third. So when she was gone, go lay up in her bed and sit up in the bed and read the book for what I could understand it. I knew who at that age. I already knew who Malcolm X was. I'm from Detroit, right? Is no, Detroit Red. I already knew who he was. Um, with that being said, that being the first book that I picked up and flicked through and absorbed, that shaped and formed, a lot of who I became. So when you say a house of field niggas, and then I say, you know, my saying is, I don't deal with house or field niggas because neither one of them are on our team. You understand? A lot of people are gonna stay. They're gonna gravitate toward what Malcolm said and stay there with. He would rather be a field Negro than be a house Negro. We'll say it like that because of this, that, and the third. But we have to, now that we have more information, we can stretch it out. I can look at the activity of the brothers and sisters who worked inside of the house and the brothers and sisters who were in the field, right? And I look at the jealousy of one, the one who would snitch on the other. They had the same problems in the field that they had in the house. Because if we conspire together to escape or do something drastic that needs to be done due to our predicament, one of the field Negroes will snitch on us in the field. The same way one of the house Negroes, so the same what do they call it? The Joneses. How do you say that?
I call it monetary
Keeping up with the
manumission.
Joneses, and we talking about now.
Keeping
We
up with
talking
the
about the
Joneses.
house. Yeah, the house, the so-called house Negro mentality was supposed to be he's the snitch, he's keeping up with the Joneses and this, that, and the third. But again, have you ever? I know you've seen Sankofa, right? The film
Yeah.
Sankofa.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I had a bad copy of it back in the day, so I didn't get to absorb it all. But one day, a sister walked up into the dojo, and she was talking about that particular DVD, that VHS that we converted into a DVD, and she pointed toward the scene where you saw some Moors, you saw some red turbans, You know what I'm talking about? You saw people with different little trinkets and things like that, and they were against other brothers and sisters who were in the same predicament that they were in because they thought they were a little bit better. And these were people in the field. These wasn't even people who were in the house, so to speak, who we put on a different status, or that we say that the whites treated better. Not true. Not some of them were actually related to my research and my own genealogy. You see what I'm saying? Some of them were related to them. That may have been those brothers and sisters' house that them crackers was in. But when we start talking like that, people think we crazy because they never heard that. But many of these same people have never researched their own descendancy to know, okay, that plantation that your great great grandfather was on, well, that actually was your great 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 grandmother land. You understand? And she signed a contract with these colonists, not knowing that now is liable, the property and land became liable for taxes, something that, you know, was foreign to people who actually, we don't say own the land, but you are the caretakers of the land by way of an inheritance. You see?
Right.
So being that you don't know that, you know, you can't comprehend. You think we're talking crazy. That's you don't strive or seek the knowledge that you may need to get back your sovereignty. I'll just say it like that. You know, you're so egotistical about something that you've been indoctrinated into that people like you and I, we don't have no conversation for you. Because it's going against the grain of progress. Is what they say, giving the pearls to swine, or however you say that. You see, is you know, I'm hurting I'm giving myself a headache when I'm trying to assist you in your journey.
But sometimes you just got to drop them seeds and keep it moving.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Yes. Yeah,
they don't even know that where their holidays come from. We're, you know, coming up on Memorial Day, and you know, then Father's Day. Then after that, you're gonna have your 4th of July, which, you know, we have speeches from, peace be upon him, Dr. Colin Muhammad, 4th of July. He's saying 4th of July. Yeah, but then when we go back further in time and we pull something back up more ancient, we find that was a festivity that our ancestors participated in. And we're not talking about a Declaration of Independence for slaves, those white people, those people who you call white today. That ain't what we're talking about. We're talking about Sirius and the sun, and you know what I'm saying? You talking about astrological or I'm trying to say astronomy, but I can't get it out because astrologic and, you know, cosmologic. Yeah, all of that. It's something more ancient. It's something going on within the ethers that, you know, you're not aware of, and you have an impersonator mimicking your ancestry and giving it back to you. And not only that, they're selling it to you as a holiday instead of a holy day. Therefore, they got their hand in your pocket all the time. I got, it's Labor Day. We got to break out the grill. We got to go buy $100 worth of this and $100 worth of that meat, and I got to give me $500 worth of crab legs. You know what I'm talking about? Some Alaskan King, Colossus
$400 worth of liquor
on the grill, and they're benefiting from it.
Yes,
that holy day that we calling a holiday when it's a holy day. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot. It's a lot. You know, hopefully we get to do this again real soon, and just share some more light on some things. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open. You know, and you know, I'm glad you invited me, and it was a pleasure. You know, this is my first, you know, as far as publicly, you know, coming out, and you know, because a lot of my family say, "Why aren't you on? You should be doing. You should." There's a time. It's a time, and you know, and I'm really, you know, I'm like torn a lot of places because, you know, I'm trying to give back to the grands, you know, and because I can't talk about something and not be about it. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm talking about giving something to my people, then I got to start with our youth too. because that's who's going to replace us. And if they're ignorant, then we don't have a chance. So we have to pour into them as much as we can. And like I said, some of them don't listen, but they mimic what they see, like the European. That's our job. Yeah, yeah. And everything we do, he wants to do it too, or he steals from us, right? And then, like you said, reinterprets it and put it, and so it is in his image. You know what I'm saying? And our people fall for it every time because, like we talked about the other day, there's a sucker born every day, and they understand that. And you can't be a sucker if you got knowledge of self and knowledge of the the universe, right? Because everything's in the universe is inside of us. We walk in universes, right? We are the solar plex. What they call it, solar plex. We got chakras like the planets aligning us, right? So you know these things. But the point is that a lot of our people don't know who they are. They don't know the societal effects of their environment and how these social engineering tools are being used to manipulate their minds. We got to be there to say nope, but it's hard, unless you got a Bentley or all of this, and then they're be all, yeah, what you got to say, what you got to say, But most of the people who got a lot of that, not trying to hate, I ain't hating, don't have the richness of character. Now I can't say everybody, but a lot of cats, and I've been around for a long time. Like I said, 60 years. I don't see it. We have a lot of fiat rich athletes, musicians, you name it. But why can't we they can't come together where they got contracts or something where you can't help your people, you can't come together, you can't do this, you can't, you're not interested in the knowledge, you're not interested in that, but you want to, do things to degrade out to each other on that star level. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of stuff out here that I see that is not conducive. I mean, to our well-being, and that's one of the things that bothers me. To hear a phenomenal brother like Puffy, or whoever doing those type of things to his own people. But where did he get it from? That's the question.
Clive.
Yeah, that's the point. Right. So once you know where the kill, steal, and destroy come from, right? Like you said, we're not enemies. We shouldn't be enemies. We should be allies on the east and the west and here and wherever, so that we can assert, right? Our parity. I think that's a good word, parity. Where we can assert our parity and change the paradigm shift. Because they're taking our best and brightest minds and doing what? Using them for their benefits. And what if we just took our brightest and minds and used them for our own benefit, to build our own industry? Segregation was one of the best things that ever happened to us. Integration was one of the worst. And I think we talked about this the other day, then I'm kind of like, where my grands had a history assignment on segregation, and the teachers was telling them that it was a bad thing. So I was like, okay, well, we're gonna learn segregation today. So I took them to Dearborn, right? And when we went up into Dearborn, right, I said, who's in the stores? Arabs. Okay. Who's supporting in the stores, buying stuff from them in the stores? Arabs. Okay. Let's go to the hairdresser. Who's in there? Arabs. Who's supporting them? Arabs. Let's go to the restaurant. Arabs. Arabs. All day. Let's go to their community. Arabs. What kind of cars they drive? Bentleys, Beamers, you name it. Right? Look at their cribs. Plush. Let's go to the neighborhood. Right? Who's in there? Us. Who's running the store? Arabs. Let's go to the hairdresser. Who's in there? Chinese. Who's supporting them? us. Okay, that's integration. Does it seem like integration is working for us? And they quickly said no. They got a a good grading on just on that, right? So, and they got a full understanding of what integration is and what segregation is and how it works for a people's betterment or, you know, a people's demise. And our integration has got us in the demise. You know, we spend more money with Europeans and the rest of them than we do with ourselves. You know, and anyway.
Yeah, that goes back to what I spoke on earlier about allegedly making up 13 to 15% of the nation's population and only holding 1/2 to 2% of the nation's wealth. Those numbers don't go together.
No,
You understand? So it puts the people in a predicament where we have a high crime rates and things of that nature. You understand? But if the problem is not fixed, then that shall continue. When you continue to usurp the people as transmitting utilities, which means what they are really worth on an international level, these states, and first of all, this so-called federal government, and then these states are usurping it. Why do I put the states in there? They say the states used to be sovereign, right? But at this point in time, the state of Michigan receives an annual budget from who?
the feds.
About exactly. So they all in the bed together. So I can't say, well, I rather deal with the legislative branch instead of dealing with the judicial branch, or I rather deal with the executive branch rather than deal with the legislative branch. They all in the damn bed together. I don't want to do business with any of them, to be honest. Period. Which is, you just mentioned the Arabs doing business with one another. Now, to mention Dearborn, that's very interesting that they would pick Dearborn and they would be able to infiltrate Dearborn, because Dearborn was one of the most racist places you could want to go. In 1988, that ain't 1,000 years ago. You understand? 1988. This is EPMD, Rockham. This is not no 1,000 years ago. I'm gonna say how racist Dearborn was, so racist that they would constantly be on the news for the racist events that were taking place. And Dearborn was my backyard. I grew up on Plymouth Road in between Southfield and Evergreen. So you only have so more major streets traveling south. You got West Chicago, Joy Road, Tireman, Warren, is you in Dearborn. So that was literally somewhere I could ride my bike to. I wasn't a Northland child. I was a Fairlane child. So from the age of 4 until now, Fairlane is my backyard. So the change from dealing with the little racist white kids while I'm at Fairlane buying shit that they parents can't buy them with my parents, it went to the little rude Arab Chaldean children, spraying ice cream on the floor and all kind of retarded stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's a drastic change to you're trying to keep out the people who land it really is, which is us, to you letting in what they wanted to label the Middle Eastern people, to you giving the key of the city of Detroit to Saddam Hussein. Right? So imagine how crazy people gonna say I am because I say the city of Detroit gave the key to Saddam Hussein like in 1980, I want to say. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure you're researching and looking up what we are saying. My brother gave you the sources, the authors, and the names of the books that he was quoting. So this is not the same old same. I'm just saying it's, again, racist white folks run a town and then the Arabs infiltrate right in our own backyard. And we do what we always do. We abandon and we go and we live in Atlanta. You see
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
now Atlanta is what it is. So we get the 2008 crisis in Detroit, and we abandoned ship again and moved to Arizona. A lot of us, right? So let's rewind back 300 and 500 years ago. You can see the same pattern of our ancestors doing the same thing right here in this, what we call a city now, warring with the invaders. And if they lost the war, they would abandon everything, leave everything, everything. I'm talking gold. I'm talking maps. I'm talking land, all type of stuff, structures, universities, all kind of stuff, and we would just go somewhere else because we didn't want to deal with the diseases that came with that. Understand? It wasn't just, oh, we got our ass whipped, so we're gonna abandon and go somewhere else. No, some other things come with parasites when they come. You see what I'm saying? Their diseases, things like that linger on. We don't want to get infected, so we go somewhere else. But in this day and age, for me, for us, I don't think that's the answer. I think we need to stand our ground. Period. Stop running away unless you are getting messages from the ancestors or from the celestials that we need to go, be somewhere else because a catastrophe is about to happen. That's one thing, but to run from an ass whipping, you know what I'm saying? When you a warrior, that don't make sense. We are warriors by nature, based off of the trauma, the prior events that happened before we was even here. Makes you a warrior. Now you may not uh uh be receptive to that responsibility, but I feel like it's no excuse. We can't keep running. Can't keep running. That ain't the answer. I just wanted to say that because
Hey, yeah, that's
I had to
real.
say that we can't keep running and building somebody else corporation up. And then when they mistreat us, we gonna run again and build
Yeah,
somebody else wealth up for
yeah,
their
yeah,
descendants and keep running. Meanwhile, what about your descendants and your heirs?
yeah, that's true. See, like I said, my grand grandparents, great grandparents were native. So my great grandfather, his name was Willie. So he told me this story about the Native American, who had been, uh, subjected, and he said that he was the runner for the, from one he would run the like the mailman, for the from master to the next, and he got old, and in his old age he because the master would say, "Run, boy, and go deliver this, but you bet not open it up because your life will be taken." So years and years went on, and he didn't open it up, and he kept running, and then came to the old right age, and so he was like, "What about what I want to know what I'm delivering to, to the
Exactly.
master, right?" So when he opened the note, it said, "Keep this nigga running." So that's the mindset of the European, and if we don't know that, then he'll have us doing all kind of shit, and we don't even know why we're doing it, right? But we do it. That's what I was talking about when I say remote control. So I think I can't remember who, but I'm just saying that one of the ancestors, and I can't remember right now when I'm quoting, but paraphrasing, but he said that if um, um, you my mind, I'm getting older. But he paraphrased some, like we were talking about keep this nigga running. He said, dang, I forgot my thought right there. But anyway, there's so much in this big old rock head, so sometimes I lose it. Sometimers. But we have to be aware of what we're doing when we do it, and the reasons why we do it, and we a lot of us don't have a plan. You know what I'm saying? Don't have the knowledge to apply it to have a plan. Because everybody has a gift, and we got to bring all our gifts together so that we can change. This situation that we are in. And that we talk about the problems, and I think that we have to come with the solutions too. And one of the things, like I stated earlier, is we have to declare who we are again. Our nations, as a nation, you know what I'm saying? We had to do that. The Europeans did it, you know what I'm saying? Because they was from the British Crown, right? They used pusillanimity to after the war, after they had divided and conquered us, right? And then they, basically used pusillanimity, which we should have used, to declare themselves as white. That's why they created a whole different race of people, and then included us through the civil rights, and we didn't get it. And then, like I talked about the Libra Code, Executive Order 100, it was for the military, and we should have declared our nationality. And then we under the law of nations. You feel me? We have international rights. We can go to these different international courts. But if we still under their, chattel under their property, as under the Hale versus Hinckley that we read, then what remedy do we have? Because you still mine. You know what I'm saying? Unless we do our, paperwork, answer. But people do all kinds of stuff. We can stand on it. Most of our people
trying to stand up, dealing with criminals, but I'm not gonna even go into it.
Yeah, I know what you did.
Criminals don't always honor law, so
sure.
When I say criminals, you know who I'm talking about, these magistrates.
But it's a difference between law and legal. So just like our ancestors now, he used to say, Gregory, Papa used to say, he said slavery was legal, but it wasn't lawful.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Dick Gregory used to say that. It was legal, but it wasn't lawful. So a lot of our people don't know the difference between legal and lawful.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Illegal and unlawful. Still
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what they do is unlawful. But if we can't, substantiate it and prove it, then they say ignorance of the I say your legal is no excuse, right? That's what they say. Ignorance of that is no excuse, right? So how do you know if they don't tell you? But it's something that's been created. If you look at the state, right? My Enemy, the State. It's a book, right? You got to read if you haven't, right? And it talks about how the state was created and the purpose of the state. It was for one group of people to subject another. Mm-hmm. And this is what the state's purpose is. And then we have all of these different so-called white minds who basically exposing it. Exposes the state. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Exposes what their purpose is, what they do. But if you don't know that, then you following democracy, right? When it was supposed to be a republic. So, it's just it's ignorance of our people and how they are socialized and use the social engineering tools that they use to do it. You mean so distracted. How can you, when you're trapped in the web, on technology, on bullshit, how can you focus your mind? And most of our students, progeny, you can tell them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you say, and I say, go over there and come back, and then they say, then I say, what did I say? I don't know. I don't remember. Because of this, their minds, they attention spans is only made for TV, foolishness, technology, all of the foolishness on technology, and so how do we contend with that? That's a question, sis. How do you think that we should contend with that? How can we contend with
that? It's going to take some elimination, some integration, you know what I'm saying? With some segregation. Not no more integration. Just, they have access to a lot of things that they aren't mature enough to be having. I just put it like that. Unless they are unless they are becoming interested in things of substance. For example, I saw some sisters who some babies who figured out some trigonometry type stuff that only one other person has been able to figure out in 500-600 years. Some Pythagoras, some, and they couldn't believe it. It was these two young sisters from New Orleans, of all
That's
places.
in our DNA.
Exactly. They looked at it and they admitted, like, hey, I'm not a mathematician, I'm not this, I'm not that, but something was there for them to be able to figure that out. Now they just flew these two little sisters all over the world now. They like 21, 22 years old now. This was some years ago. And again, just imagine, because it's a lot of wealthy racists out here. Let's just be real. We wanted to say all, we could say all, because when you're talking about racism, it's based upon wealth. You understand? You have to have some form of control in order to participate in it. Now
Changing
you can
people's
be a
lives.
victim. You can be a victim of it and not participate in it at all. But it don't go the other way around, right?
If
In
we can
my
only
book,
discriminate, we can't be racist, right? In the position that we're in right now.
exactly. But it's a phenomenal story. I think. I know 60 Minutes covered it. CNN, everybody covered it some years ago, but many of our people are just not getting aware. I wish I could think of their names, but yeah, yeah. And the funny thing about it is they went to a Catholic private school, St. Mary something, and they gave the history on the school. So you wouldn't think that a school with a history uh, immersed in slavery would produce these type of young women, or even allow. You understand? Like we're gonna give them the opportunity. No, you wouldn't think that they would give them the opportunity to do anything, which I don't believe they did. They put a contest out and they never expected to get the results out of all the people all over the globe from two young melanated 16-year-olds. You see what I'm saying? Females at that. So again, I don't think that when they offered that opportunity, that they ever thought that, you know, it's just there. We're going to show how incompetent these people are, and the results were the opposite, basically.
For sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
yeah.
So it's been a
I'm
pleasure.
here a nice little minute. I ain't gonna keep you all day, but yeah, I knew
Well,
it
you
was
know,
gonna
I
have.
need my nap. I need my little nap now, but now I'm probably going to use the market see if it's. No, I'm in
Yeah,
good shape. I'm just joking. But yeah, it was a pleasure. It was definitely a pleasure.
same here. Appreciate you. We gonna have to schedule something else. I know the people gonna be ready for it, because the people who were here before I jacked up the system gonna go run tell that. So you know,
Oh, that's good.
that's how it go.
Like I tell some people, go tell Jesus, go tell it on the mountain. You know what I'm saying? That's the old school song. Go. I remember my grandmama used to be singing that song while they stomping and they used to come in the church. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills, and that I came from some preachers that was gangsters. You know what I'm saying? And but they became, see, because we got also have to look at some of the things that the European that they did, and it's a book called the Golden Stool, if you're not familiar with that, right? And the Golden Stool, they basically was the policies and procedures on how they was going to basically turn us away from our ways of life. You know what I'm saying? Some people call it religion, but I prefer to call it ways of life. And so how they can indoctrinate them into, the European religious perspective. You know what I'm saying? So these things have been used, and so a lot of our brothers aspired to be preachers in the 16th, 17th, 1800s because of the Europeans, you know what I'm saying? And so they became, preaching that, that slavery mentality, all of that kind of stuff, that's in their little book. That's what the Bible means, little book. So where's the big book? And that's what I'm asking these preachers now, because Joshua said some things like, sell your wares and let's go buy swords. So he wasn't no turn the other cheek guy. Peter cut Shorty's ear off. So if Joshua was against that, then where'd he get the sword from?
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So, and then upon this rock I build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail. So there's some truth in there.
Mm-hmm.
But if we don't know what happened before that, then how can we say, what this book is about? So I don't denounce anybody, because it was one glass and we dropped it and everybody picked a piece up and said, hey, I got the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? But it came from one glass, right? So let's get back to that one glass, and you could be the best Christian, you could be the best Muslim, you could be the best Hebrew, you could be the best whatever you want to be, but let's be better together. That's what I want to take.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be better together, because I'm not going to step on your toes. You do keep doing what you do.
Indeed, collectively, yeah.
Yeah.
It has been a pleasure to have you here, and we definitely gonna have to do this again for the people and for ourselves. Like I said, it's like a refreshers thing with some of the conversation. Some things we know so much, some things we don't necessarily forget, but it's been so long since you've heard it, or it's been so long since you've seen it. So, yep. Found us a little outro, and you good? You want to plug anything for yourself or anybody?
Yeah, I'm good. I mean, I think I did enough plugging for the day. I did, I plugged a lot of good information, I think, and I have lots more, and this is the thing, there's no wiggle room. That's what I want. No wiggle room, and the only way we can have no wiggle room is to present, like I said, superior knowledge. And somebody come with something more superior, then hey, thank you. I'm gonna add that to my repertoire, because that was a kink in my armor, and I didn't want to get shot.
Indeed.
Yeah, how good and how pleasant it was for brothers and sisters to dwell together in peace and unity.
Amen to that.
All right.
I say all the good stuff. Yeah. All right, relatives. With that, we gonna say peace. Y'all have a good one. Come back at 8 o'clock, because we got some stuff for you. Me and my brother Dey-Twah. And we gonna say peace to the good brother, and we hope to have him back again. And y'all have a beautiful, lovely day, sirs. Said I'm smoke, fire, blowing air, carbon, earth, solid, water, wet. I'm steady beat, a sister soldier that dies effects. So gone with all that hoopla and rah-rah, unless you talking about Atun, Namuna, Amara. Ra, pineal glands, all seeing eyes. We call the third eye. We came to build, not pay your bill. Slang municipality, city seals like roadkill. Descendants of ancient mound builders. Not supposed to need encyclopedias. Genetically encoded with 720. We got amnesia. Claiming we Christian Cretans in love with Yahweh, Muhammad, and Jesus. But you was living inside of God when you was a fetus. But believers and never believers, non-believers, cause we don't be lying, shaking hands and taking oaths.